Hey everyone, welcome back to a journey like no other. Today we step into the footsteps of a mortal, flawed, fragile, and utterly human who dares to challenge destiny itself. In a world where gods tower above and fate is etched in stars, what happens when one soul refuses to kneel? Get ready for a tale of ambition, sacrifice, and transcendence. Because this isn't just a story of power, it's about what it means to become more than human. Langzi stared wide-eyed at the thatched roof and mud walls of the shabby hut, covered with an old quilt that had turned a deep yellow, concealing its original appearance, emitting a faint, musty smell. Next to him, his elder brother Han Zhu was sound asleep, emitting intermittent snores of varying intensity. About half a meter from the bed was a wall made of yellow mud, cracked over time with inconspicuous slender fissures. From these cracks, faint murmurs of Han's mother's complaints could be heard, occasionally interspersed with the sound of Han's father sucking on his pipe. Langzi slowly closed his somewhat dry eyes, forcing himself to enter a deep slumber as soon as possible. He was acutely aware that if he didn't fall asleep soon, he wouldn't be able to wake up early tomorrow, and he wouldn't be able to go into the mountains with his companions to gather firewood. Langzi's full name was Han Li, a decent enough name, but his parents couldn't come up with it themselves. It was a name given to him by old Zhang, a villager, using two coarse grains. Old Zhang, in his younger years, had served as a reading companion to a wealthy man in the city for a few years. He was the only literate person in the village, and most of the children's names in the village were given by him. Although Han Li was called Langzi by the villagers, he was not really foolish. On the contrary, he was one of the smartest children in the village. However, like other children in the village, apart from his family, he rarely heard anyone formally call him by his name Han Li. Instead, the nickname Langzi had always stuck with him. And the reason he was given the nickname Langzi was simply because there was already a child named Lengzi in the village. That was nothing unusual. Other children in the village were also called names like Gawa and Dan by people. These names were not necessarily better sounding than Langzi. Therefore, although Han Li didn't like this nickname, he could only console himself in this way. Han Li looked inconspicuous on the outside, with dark skin, just like an ordinary peasant child. But deep inside, he was much more mature than his peers. Since childhood, he had longed for the richness and prosperity of the outside world, dreaming that one day he could leave this tiny village and see the world outside that old Zhang often talked about. Han Li had never dared to mention this idea to anyone else. Otherwise, it would surely astonish the villagers. A little kid who was still wet behind the ears actually harbored such a strange idea. You should know that other children of similar age to Han Li were still chasing chickens and dogs around the village, let alone having such a peculiar idea of leaving their hometown. Han Li's family had 7 members, including 2 elder brothers, 1 elder sister, and 1 younger sister. He was the 4th child in the family, just 10 years old this year. Life in their family was very hard. They barely had meat and fish to eat a few times a year, and the whole family always teetered on the edge of poverty. At this moment, Han Li was in a daze, halfway between sleep and wakefulness, with the lingering thought. When he went up the mountain, he must gather more of his little sister's favorite red berries for her. The next day at noon, as Han Li trudged home under the scorching sun, carrying a pile of firewood half his height and a bag full of berries, he had no idea that a guest had arrived at home who would change his life forever. This guest was a close relative of his third uncle by blood. It was said that he worked as the manager of a tavern in a nearby small town, a big shot according to his parents. In the nearly 100 years of the Han family's history, this third uncle was probably the only relative with some status. Han Li had only seen this third uncle a few times when he was very young. His eldest brother had been introduced to work as an apprentice to an old blacksmith in the city by this third uncle. This third uncle also often sent some food and necessities to his parents through others, taking care of their family. Therefore, Han Li had a good impression of this third uncle. Although his parents never said it, they were also very grateful in their hearts. His eldest brother was the pride of the family. It was said that as an apprentice blacksmith in the city, he not only had his meals and accommodation provided for, but also earned 30 copper coins a month. When he formally completed his apprenticeship and was hired by someone, he would earn even more money. Whenever his parents mentioned his eldest brother, their spirits would soar, as if they had become different people. Although Han Li was still young, he envied him endlessly. He already had the best job in his mind, which was to be noticed by a craftsman in the small town, to be taken in as an apprentice, and to become a respectable person who made a living by his skills. So when Han Li saw his third uncle, dressed in new satin clothes, with a round face and a little mustache, he was extremely excited. After putting the firewood in the backyard, he shyly greeted his third uncle in the front yard, obediently saying, "Hello, third uncle," and stood quietly aside, listening to his parents chatting with his third uncle. His third uncle smiled as he looked at Han Li, praised him for being obedient and sensible, and then turned to talk to his parents about the purpose of his visit this time. Although Han Li was still young and couldn't fully understand his third uncle's words, he roughly understood the gist of it. It turned out that the tavern where his third uncle worked belonged to a martial arts sect called the Seven Profound Sect. This sect was divided into outer and inner sects, and not long ago, his third uncle had officially become an outer disciple of this sect, which allowed him to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the test to become inner disciples of the Seven Profound Sect. The test to recruit inner disciples of the Seven Profound Sect, which took place once every 5 years, was scheduled to begin next month. His somewhat shrewd third uncle, who had no children of his own, naturally thought of Han Li, who was of the right age. Han Li's honest father, upon hearing words like martial arts and sect that he had never heard before, hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. He picked up his pipe, took a few hard puffs, and sat there in silence. In his third uncle's words, The Seven Profound sect was naturally one of the most prestigious sects within hundreds of miles, if not the most prestigious. As long as one became an inner disciple, not only would they be able to practice martial arts and have food and drink provided for free in the future, but they would also receive 1 or 2 extra pieces of silver as pocket money each month. Moreover, even if those who participated, when he heard that he could earn 1 or 2 silvers a month and have the opportunity to become a decent person like his third uncle, Han's father finally made up his mind and agreed. Seeing that Han's father had agreed, his third uncle was very happy. He left a few pieces of silver and said that he would come to take Han Li away in a month. During this period, he would provide Han Li with some good food to nourish him and prepare him for the test. Then his third uncle said goodbye to Han's father, patted Han Li on the head, and left for the city. Although Han Li didn't fully understand what his third uncle said, he understood that going to the city to make big money was a good thing. His lifelong wish seemed to be on the verge of coming true, and he couldn't sleep for several nights in a row due to excitement. More than a month later, his third uncle arrived at the village on time to take Han Li away. Before leaving, Han's father repeatedly reminded Han Li to be honest, to be tolerant when faced with difficulties, and not to quarrel with others. Han's mother also asked him to take care of himself and to eat and sleep well. On the carriage, as he watched his parents gradually disappear into the distance, Han Li bit his lip, trying hard not to let tears fall from his eyes. Although he had been more mature than other children since he was young, he was still just a 10-year-old child. It was his first time traveling far from home, which made him feel a bit sad and confused. In his young heart, he secretly made up his mind that once he made a lot of money, he would hurry back and never leave his parents again. Han Li never imagined that the amount of money he earned after this trip would lose its significance to him. He unexpectedly embarked on a different path from ordinary people, the path of cultivating immortality, and set foot on his own path of cultivation. This is a small town called Qingniu Town, although it's actually just a larger village. Only those rustic folks living in the nearby mountain valleys, lacking in sophistication, keep calling it Qingniu City, incessantly muttering about it, according to Zhang Er, who had been a gatekeeper for over a decade. Qingniu Town is indeed small. The main street runs east to west, known as Qingniu Street, and there's only one inn, the Qingniu Inn, situated at the western end of the elongated town. Therefore, if travelers passing through don't wish to camp outdoors, they must stay there. Now, a carriage that clearly traveled a long distance enters Qingniu Town from the west, swiftly passing by the gate of Qingniu Inn without stopping, and continues on until it reaches the other end of the town, stopping in front of the Spring Fragrance Tavern. The Spring Fragrance Tavern isn't large, somewhat outdated even, but it exudes a quaint charm. Since it's lunchtime, there are still many patrons dining inside, with almost every seat taken. Stepping down from the carriage are a chubby man with a round face and a slight mustache, along with a dark-skinned boy of about 10. People recognize the chubby man as Fat Han, the proprietor of the tavern, but nobody knows the boy. "Hey, Fat Han, this dark kid looks a lot like you. Could he be the son you secretly had with someone else?" Someone suddenly jests. This remark provokes a burst of laughter from the onlookers. "Phew, he's my nephew from my own family, of course. He'd resemble me a bit," Fat Han retorts, not at all angry but rather somewhat pleased. These two are none other than Han Li, who traveled for 3 days to arrive at the town, and his nephew, referred to by others as Fat Han. Fat Han exchanges greetings with a few regulars before leading Han Li to the back of the tavern, into a secluded courtyard. "Little Li, rest well in this room. Recharge your energy, and when the steward from the inner gate arrives, I'll call you over. I need to go out for a bit to greet a few regulars," Fat Han kindly instructs Han Li. With that, he hurriedly heads out, though he seems somewhat uneasy when he reaches the door, issuing another reminder. "Don't wander off. The town is crowded and you might get lost. It's best to stay in the courtyard." "Yes," Han Li obediently replies, and only then does Fat Han leave with genuine peace of mind. Feeling very tired, Han Li immediately collapses onto the bed and falls into a deep sleep, surprisingly without any of the shyness typical of a child in an unfamiliar place. By evening, a servant delivers dinner, which, though not lavish, is still appetizing. After finishing, another servant clears the dishes, and shortly after, Fat Han comes in. "How was the food? Feeling a bit homesick?" he asks. "Yes, a little," Han Li replies obediently. Fat Han seems satisfied with Han Li's response and proceeds to engage him in some casual conversation, boasting about some interesting experiences he's had. Gradually, Han Li loses his sense of restraint and starts chatting with him, laughing and talking. And so, 2 days pass in this manner. On the 3rd day, just as Han Li finishes dinner and waits for Fat Han to come and tell him some tales of the Jianghu, another carriage stops in front of the tavern. This carriage, gleaming black all over, is drawn by a rare yellow steed, clearly attracting attention. But what's most eye-catching is the small, triangular black flag fluttering on the carriage's side, with a rusted Xuan character in silver with a red border, exuding an indescribable air of mystery. Seeing this flag, any experienced hands in the vicinity would know that an important figure from the 7 Profound Gate, one of the 2 major powers in the area, has arrived. The 7 Profound Gate, also known as the 7 Absolute Gate, was founded by the illustrious 7 Absolute Master 200 years ago and once dominated the Mirror Province for decades, even extending its influence to several neighboring provinces in the entire Yue Kingdom. However, since the passing of the 7 Absolute Master, the power of the 7 Profound Gate has declined, gradually squeezed out of the capital city of Mirror Province by other sects. 100 years ago, the sect was forced to relocate to the most remote area of Mirror Province, Xiangxia Mountain, where it took root and became a third-rate local power. There's a saying that goes, "A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse." After all, The Seven Profound Gate was once a major sect, and its potential is not to be underestimated. Upon arriving at Xianxia Mountain, it immediately seized control of more than a dozen small towns, including Qingniu Town, boasting a few thousand disciples under its banner, making it one of the most prominent local powers. The only force that can rival the Seven Profound Gate in the area is the Wild Wolf Gang. The precursor to the Wild Wolf Gang was a group of marauding horse bandits within Mirror Province. After several crackdowns by the authorities, some of the bandits accepted the amnesty offered by the government, while others formed the Wild Wolf Gang. However, the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of the bandits, as well as their willingness to fight, persisted, making the Seven Profound Gate often at a disadvantage in conflicts between the two. Although the Wild Wolf Gang controls more villages, they don't engage in business activities, and their wealth is far from matching that of the towns under the Seven Profound Gates' control. The Wild Wolf Gang has been provoking conflicts between the two sides frequently lately, which has been a headache for the current head of the Seven Profound Gate, becoming one of the main reasons for the continuous recruitment of inner disciples by the Seven Profound Gate in recent years. A man in his 40s with a lean figure jumps down from the carriage. He moves briskly, displaying obvious martial prowess, and seems familiar with the place, striding directly to the room where Han Li is located. Seeing this man, Fat Han immediately steps forward and bows respectfully. "Elder Wang, why did you personally come to bring someone?" Fat Han asks respectfully. HMPH. Elder Wang snorts coldly, his expression full of arrogance. "The roads have been unsafe lately, so security needs to be tightened. The elders ordered me to come personally and receive the newcomer. Enough chit-chat. Is this the child you're recommending?" Yes, this is my nephew from my own family. I hope Elder Wang will take care of him on the way," Fat Han says. Seeing the impatience in the man's expression, Fat Han quickly takes out a heavy pouch from his person and discreetly hands it over. Elder Wang weighs the pouch in his hand, and his expression relaxes slightly. "Fat Han, you know how to do things. I'll take care of your nephew on the way. It's getting late. Let's hurry and set off," Elder Wang says with less impatience now. The smell inside the carriage was obviously unpleasant, which Chapter 3, The Seven Profound Gates, was no surprise considering that nearly 30 children were crammed into a space meant for only a dozen or so people. Although children are much smaller than adults, the carriage was still uncomfortably crowded. Han Li cleverly squeezed his frail body into a corner of the carriage, sneakily observing the other children inside. From their attire and appearance, the children who came to participate in the entrance examination could be clearly divided into 3 categories. The first category consisted of a well-dressed young man sitting in the center of the carriage, surrounded by most of the other children. This young man was named Wu Yan, 13 years old, the eldest among them. Although he was already older than the stipulated age, his elder cousin married a prominent figure within the Seven Profound Gates, so his age naturally became a non-issue. Wu Yin's family owned a martial arts gym, and they were quite wealthy. He had been practicing some martial arts since childhood, although not particularly skilled. It was more than enough to deal with someone like Han Li, who only had brute strength and had never learned martial arts. Obviously, people like Wu Yin, who were wealthy, influential, and had some martial arts skills, naturally became the big brother of most children in the carriage. The second category consisted of children surrounding Wu Yin. These children came from various backgrounds. Some had family-owned shops, some worked odd jobs, and some made a living with their skills, etc. However, they all had one thing in common. They all grew up in towns, so naturally they had learned some skills from their elders, such as observing people's expressions and acting for profit. Therefore, these people surrounded Wu Yin, addressing him as young Master Wu Yin or Brother Wu Yin on the left and right. Wu Yin seemed accustomed to this and enjoyed these titles very much. The last category consisted of people like Han Li. These people came from remote and impoverished areas, where their families lived off the land and were very poor. There were only 5 or 6 people of this category in the carriage. Most of them looked timid and dared not speak loudly. They only watched others laugh and talk loudly from time to time, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy and boisterous group. The carriage raced westward from Qingniu town, stopping at several places along the way to pick up more children. Finally, on the 5th evening, they arrived at Keihua Mountain, the location of the main gate of the 7 profound gates. As all the children got off the carriage, they were deeply enchanted by the colorful sunset scenery of Keihua Mountain, until Elder Wang urged them to continue walking. Originally named Luofeng Mountain, it was said that in ancient times, a 5-colored phoenix landed here and transformed into this mountain. Later, people discovered that the mountain was exceptionally beautiful at sunset, like being covered in colorful clouds, so it was renamed Keihua Mountain. Of course, since being occupied by the 7 profound gates, outsiders could no longer come here to admire such beautiful scenery at will. Keihua Mountain was the 2nd largest mountain in the Mirror Province, second only to another mountain called Beimeng Mountain. It occupied a vast area of more than 10 square miles, with numerous peaks, each one very dangerous. Therefore, they were all occupied by various branches of the 7 profound gates. The main peak of Keihua Mountain, Sunset Peak, was extremely treacherous. Not only was it steep, but there was only one path from the foot of the mountain to the peak. After the main gate of the 7 profound gates was placed here, 13 checkpoints were set up along this path, whether visible or hidden, making it absolutely safe and secure. As Han Li looked around while following the others, suddenly, the front of the queue stopped, followed by a hearty voice. "Brother Wang, why are you late? You're 2 days later than the scheduled time." "Brother Yue, there were some delays on the road." "I apologize for the inconvenience." Elder Wang stood in front of the crowd, respectfully bowing to an elderly man with a flushed face, completely changing his previous arrogance and revealing a hint of flattery. "How many batches of disciples have been sent up the mountain?" "This is the 17th batch." The Master Yue glanced at Han Li, and the others with an imposing manner. Take them to the kink courtyard, let them rest well for the night, and start selecting qualified disciples early tomorrow morning. Those who fail to pass, send them down the mountain early to avoid breaking the rules here. Yes, Master Yue. As they walked up the stone steps, all the children were excited, but no one dared to speak loudly. Although they were all young, they knew that this place would determine their future destiny. As Elder Wang led the way, he smiled and greeted the people they encountered on the road, showing that he had many acquaintances within the sect and had good relationships with them. Most of the people they encountered were dressed in blue satin clothes, some carrying knives, some carrying swords, and occasionally, some people with empty fists also had bulging waist pouches, presumably carrying something. From their behavior, it could be seen that these people were agile and had decent martial arts skills. Han Li and the others were taken to a slightly lower mountain peak, where there were some earthen houses at the summit. They stayed there for the night. In his dreams at night, Han Li dreamed that he was wearing brocade clothes, holding a golden sword, and possessed unparalleled martial arts skills. He beat the blacksmith's son, whom he had never been able to defeat in the village, and felt quite powerful even when he woke up the next morning. When they woke up in the morning, Elder Wang didn't let everyone have breakfast. Instead, he took them to a large slope covered with bamboo trees at the foot of the mountain. There, Master Yue and several other young people they hadn't met were already waiting. Master Yue loudly announced in front of everyone, "Listen up, follow the small path through the bamboo forest ahead, and you'll reach the 7 profound gates bone refining cliff. The first part of the journey is through the bamboo forest, followed by a rocky area, and finally, a cliff. Only those who reach the top of the cliff can enter the 7 profound gates. If you can't make it before noon, although you won't become an official disciple, if you show outstanding performance, you may be accepted as a registered disciple." Han Li naturally didn't understand the meaning of registered disciple. He just knew that he had to move forward and climb the mountain. Glancing ahead, he saw a not very steep slope with many thick and thin bamboo growing on it. It didn't seem too difficult to climb. Han Li looked at the other children. He didn't want to lose to his peers, and the atmosphere among the children suddenly became tense. Master Yue looked at the rising sun and said, "It's time to prepare. Don't be afraid. Your senior brothers will protect you from behind and ensure your safety." Han Li looked back at the young men behind him. These people were called senior brothers, probably the disciples who were recruited earlier. If he joined, could he wear the same majestic clothes? While pondering, Han Li noticed that the other children had already rushed into the bamboo forest. Seeing this, he hurried to follow. The bamboo forest seemed very vast. As more than 30 children rushed in, they immediately spread out. A slender senior brother followed closely behind Han Li. He had a cold face and didn't say a word, just silently following him. Han Li felt a little scared and dared not speak to him. He simply lifted his feet, lowered his body, and slowly moved forward along the slope. Although the bamboo forest didn't look too difficult, after walking for a long time, Han Li felt increasingly tired. His legs became heavier, and he had to use one hand to pull on the bamboo stalks to move forward more easily. After persisting for a long time, Han Li became extremely tired. He had to sit down on a random mound and catch his breath. Taking a break, he looked back at the slender senior brother. Despite the steep terrain, the senior brother stood still, as if not a speck of dust had touched him, just like the bamboo around him. He silently watched Han Li from below. Seeing the cold gaze of the senior brother, Han Li felt a bit frightened. He quickly turned his head back and heard the sound of heavy breathing coming from ahead. He knew that there were others resting ahead, so after a short while, he hurriedly continued upward. The slope became steeper, and Han Li's strength diminished. To prevent himself from falling, he had to bend over, with hands and feet moving together. Fortunately, his clothes were sturdy enough. Otherwise, his joints and knees would have been scraped. Finally, when he nearly emerged from the dense bamboo forest, Han Li felt that the last stretch of the journey was getting tougher. The ground became rocky, and the bamboo became sparse. Han Li could no longer pull himself forward with the bamboo stalks. The final distance had to be covered inch by inch. As he walked out of the bamboo forest, he saw a vast expanse before him. Directly ahead was a huge rock, with several slender figures already slowly climbing up. Behind them were several senior brothers dressed similarly. Han Li hesitated no more and hurried towards the giant rock ahead. The stone wall was composed of layers of stacked rocks, heavily weathered. Some parts crumbled at a touch, while others were sharp and pointed. After just a meal's worth of effort, Han Li's hands were covered in wounds, his elbows and knees scratched, and although the wounds were small, the tiny stone chips embedded inside made the pain worse. The few in front had already climbed far ahead. Thinking of his family and the words of his third uncle, Han Li could only grit his teeth and climb harder. Before setting off, Han Li's father and third uncle had reminded him that the entrance test would be very difficult. If he didn't persevere, it would be impossible to join the 7 profound gates. At this moment, Han Li didn't care about joining the 7 profound gates anymore. It was just a surge of determination that welled up inside him. The thought of giving up now was too shameful. Han Li glanced up at the few people ahead. Wu Yin was in the lead after all. He was not only older than Han Li by more than a year, but also had practiced some martial arts. His body was much stronger than the other children, so it was not surprising that he was in the front. Han Li glanced back at the several figures behind him. Many people were still moving. Han Li took a deep breath and accelerated his pace. Exhausting all his strength, he still couldn't close the gap with the few people in the front. His body felt heavier, and he saw the sun gradually climbing to the middle of the sky, while Wu Yin had already climbed to the end of the rock wall. It was a vertical and steep cliff, over 30 feet high, with over a dozen hemp ropes hanging down from the top. Each hemp rope had fist-sized knots tied to it. Wu Yin was currently climbing one of them, slowly moving towards the top of the cliff. Han Li watched Wu Yin ahead and felt somewhat discouraged. He knew he couldn't catch up with the few people in the front, and time was running out. As this thought arose, the injuries on his elbows and knees suddenly throbbed with a burning pain. His limbs felt weak, and one hand trembled. His whole body almost fell, frightening him so much that his heart pounded rapidly. He quickly pressed his body tightly against the rock wall and dared not move. After a while, his heart calmed down, and he reached out to grab a protruding stone corner. After pulling it a few times and confirming its stability, he finally relaxed. Hanley subconsciously looked back and saw the senior brother behind him squatting down, arms outstretched in a protective posture. Seeing that he was safe, Hanley slowly stood up straight. Hanley felt grateful. If he had really fallen, all the hard work before would have been in vain. After resting for a while, he slowly moved forward again, climbing towards the hemp ropes hanging on the cliff. Finally, he reached one of the ropes with no one on it. The sun was almost directly overhead, with less than half an hour left until noon. At this moment, Woo-Yin had already climbed to the top of the cliff, and Han-Li saw him raise his arm, extend his pinky finger towards the people below, and laugh heartily before leaving. Han-Li felt annoyed, quickly grabbed the rope and began to climb. However, Han-Li had exhausted all his strength, and now he couldn't even hold onto the rope properly. After struggling to climb up to the end of a rope, Han-Li sat down heavily, feeling completely powerless. Even a single finger couldn't move anymore. He looked back and saw some children sitting on the rock wall behind him, panting heavily. It seemed that they had also used up their last bit of strength like him. Han-Li could only smile bitterly. He had underestimated the difficulty of this test. Fortunately, he hadn't fallen to the back. Turning his head again, he saw the cold senior brother. After hesitating for a moment, Han-Li decided to muster his strength and climb a little higher. Even though he couldn't reach before noon, it would be too embarrassing to stay still here. After a while, Han-Li felt a tightening around his waist and suddenly felt himself being lifted upwards. Turning his head, he saw the senior disciple who had been following closely behind him, one hand holding him and the other climbing swiftly upwards. At that moment, the sun was hanging high in the sky. In the end, Han-Li still couldn't complete the journey, feeling a bit disheartened. He couldn't help but wonder why, despite his efforts, he still couldn't match up to others. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, only 6 young children were sitting nearby resting. While one of them, Woo-Yin, was speaking with a senior figure dressed in a deep blue outer robe, the main hall master and guardian Wang stood beside them, with several others waiting for the slower young disciples to be brought up by their senior brothers. The main hall master stepped forward, facing the young disciples solemnly. Among the qualifiers this time, there are a total of 7. 6 of them will enter our 100 Forge Hall as official inner disciples. As for Woo-Yin, for being the first to reach the cliff and displaying outstanding performance, he will be directly admitted to the 7 Ultimate Hall to learn the sect's ultimate techniques. Although Han-Li and Zhang Tai, who also showed outstanding performance but failed to reach the cliff in time, were still noticed. They would undergo another assessment in half a year, and if they passed, they would become official inner disciples. Otherwise, they would be sent to the outer sect for further training. Zhang Jun and Wu Mingrui were assigned to lead them. Han Li noticed that the cold senior brother was named Zhang Jun. Their conversation made Han Li vaguely aware that the Seven Mysteries sect was different from his home. Walking along the mountain road, Zhang Jun and Wu Mingrui greeted an old man respectfully. The old man told them that they needed a disciple for refining medicine and another for gathering herbs, pointing to Han Li and Zhang Tai, saying they could go with him. The old man led them to the Valley of Divine Hands and arranged for their accommodation. Han Li, exhausted, fell asleep on the bed. For him, he was already half a disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. Get up, a faint voice seemed to come from outside the sky, waking Han Li from his deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, he found a large face looming in front of him. Startled, Han Li recoiled, only to realize that it was another disciple named Zhang Tai. Quick, have something to eat. After finishing dinner, we need to see Dr. Mo. Zhang Tai handed 2 steaming buns to Han Li. Where did you find food? Han Li asked, surprised, as he took the food. There's a big kitchen near the valley. I saw everyone getting food there, so I went and got some too. After eating, I realized you hadn't eaten yet, so I got 2 buns for you, Zhang Tai said with a kind smile. No problem. I'm used to doing it at home. If I don't do something productive, I feel a bit uncomfortable. If you need any help in the future, just ask. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of strength. Zhang Tai seemed a bit embarrassed as he stuttered out his words. Han Li, who hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, was quite hungry. He quickly devoured the 2 big buns. After a short while, he finished eating and burped contentedly. It's getting late. Let's go see Dr. Mo, Han Li said after checking the sunset outside the window and calculating the time. Zhang Tai had no objections, so they went to Dr. Mo's room together. In Dr. Mo's room, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with various books. Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo sat in his chair with his back to them, engrossed in a book. It seemed he didn't notice their arrival or hear their greetings. Being just children, Han Li and Zhang Tai didn't know what to do and stood awkwardly by. It wasn't until Han Li's feet started to feel numb from standing that Dr. Mo finally put down his book, glanced coldly at them, sipped some tea, and spoke. From today onwards, you 2 are my registered disciples. I will teach you some basic knowledge of herb collecting and medicine refining, and perhaps some medical skills, but not martial arts. I have a set of self-cultivation formulas to teach you too. While it won't make you invincible, it will keep you healthy. If you really want to learn some martial arts, you can go to other instructors. However, I will only assess your progress in practicing this formula in 6 months. If you fail, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand? Dr. Mo's tone suddenly became serious, indicating the importance he placed on this formula. Yes, understood. Han Li and Zhang Tai replied in unison. Go out now. Come back tomorrow morning. Dr. Mo waved them away, picked up his book and resumed reading. As they left Dr. Mo's room, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the book in Dr. Mo's hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't read, so he didn't recognize the title written in 3 large black characters. It was a pity that the books recognized him, but he didn't recognize them. In the following days, Dr. Mo taught them some medical knowledge in the morning and basic martial arts knowledge in the afternoon, such as literacy, the 12 regular channels, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the positions of various acupoints. They also practiced stances and basic techniques with other disciples. A month later, Han Li and Zhang Tai were separated from the other disciples. Dr. Mo began teaching them a set of unnamed formulas, which took up most of their time. Dr. Mo strictly prohibited them from sharing the formula with others. If it leaked out, they would be severely punished and expelled from the sect. Han Li slowly gathered the energy flow in his meridians back to his dantian. This was the 7th cycle he had completed today, and he knew his body had reached its limit. If he attempted another cycle, his meridians would likely rupture again, and he would endure that excruciating pain once more. Just the thought of that pain made Han Li, who was usually fearless, break out in a cold sweat. It had been over half a year since Han Li joined the sect, and the formal assessment for registered disciples had ended over 2 months ago. Only a small portion of registered disciples were accepted into the inner sect. Most of those who failed the assessment became outer disciples and left the sect with their belongings. Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit nervous when he remembered the terrifying tests the registered disciples underwent 2 months ago. Running around the entire Keihui mountain range and then fighting in the remote forests in teams. Finally, they had to withstand attacks from skilled senior disciples. Thinking back on these tests, Han Li couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that he and Zhang Tai hadn't participated. Dr. Mo had only assessed their progress in practicing the unnamed formula, as he had said. However, this assessment wasn't as easy as Han Li had expected. He still vividly remembered his practice during that time. According to Dr. Mo, the unnamed formula was divided into several layers, and they had only received the method for cultivating the first layer. If they could make progress within 6 months, they would become official disciples of Dr. Mo and receive the same treatment as other inner disciples. However, after 3 months of arduous practice, Han Li was shocked to find that his progress was incredibly slow. Despite his efforts, he could only produce a faint trickle of energy flow in his body, barely perceptible unless he focused his attention inward. It seemed like this was the so-called true qi of internal martial arts. However, the true qi Han Li produced was completely different from what other disciples described. While they produced warm and powerful streams of true qi, Han Li's was cold and feeble, with little effect. This unexpected discovery almost made Han Li give up. He believed his talent was too poor to make progress in the remaining time. He even prepared to leave the sect. One day, Han Li learned from Zhang Tai, who had seen no progress in his cultivation, that he was not alone. This chance revelation reignited some of Han Li's lost confidence, and he resumed his intense practice with even greater determination. Dr. Mo seemed to have completely forgotten about them after teaching them the formula. He spent his days engrossed in reading a book with a plain cover. At first, Han Li and Zhang Tai thought Dr. Mo had given up his role as a healer and was studying for an examination. It was only later, after they learned to read, that they realized the book was called the Longevity Scripture, a book on cultivating longevity. After nearly half a year of intense training, Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo to undergo his evaluation. Zhang Tai stood nervously beside him, knowing full well that he had made no progress in the cultivation of the technique they had been practicing. Han Li knew that Zhang Tai had put in just as much effort as he had, even though he lacked Han Li's fervor. But despite his dedication, the technique seemed to have no effect on Zhang Tai whatsoever, suggesting that perhaps it was not suited to him. Han Li couldn't help but feel unsettled. He knew that Zhang Tai was unlikely to pass the evaluation, and despite his own progress, he still felt inadequate. All his hard work seemed to have only slightly increased the strange energy within him, and he had no idea if it would be enough to satisfy Dr. Mo's expectations. "Are you both ready? Show me the results of your training," Dr. Mo said coldly, squinting at them from his chair. "We're ready," Han Li and Zhang Tai replied reluctantly. Dr. Mo slowly rose from his seat and placed his book on the table. "Hold out your hands. Show me your techniques." Dr. Mo grabbed Zhang Tai's wrist and placed his other hand on Zhang Tai's lower abdomen. After a moment, he withdrew his hands and examined Zhang Tai expressionlessly. Zhang Tai's face flushed red, unable to meet Dr. Mo's gaze. He knew that Dr. Mo had detected his lack of progress. "Now, you," Dr. Mo said, turning his attention to Han Li. Dr. Mo grasped Han Li's wrist and felt the energy within him. Suddenly, the energy within Han Li began to flow on its own accord, surprising Dr. Mo. "Again, quickly," Dr. Mo urged. Han Li complied, allowing the energy to flow through him once more. "Excellent, just what I was looking for," Dr. Mo exclaimed excitedly. After a thorough examination, he confirmed Han Li's progress. "You must continue to work hard. From today onwards, you are my direct disciple," Dr. Mo encouraged. With Dr. Mo's mood noticeably improved, both Han Li and Zhang Tai felt relieved that they had both passed the evaluation. As Han Li reminisced, a faint smile crossed his face. Over the past half-year, he and Zhang Tai had naturally become close friends due to their similar temperaments and backgrounds. Slowly, Han Li unfolded his crossed legs and rubbed his calves. Long hours of meditation had left his legs numb and his circulation sluggish. After massaging them back to life, Han Li stood up from the mat and brushed off the dust from his body before pushing open the door of the stone chamber. Glancing back at the training room, Han Li chuckled at himself. The room was entirely carved from sturdy granite walls, with a door made from a single large slab of bluestone. It was impregnable to all but the most determined intruders. Such training chambers were reserved for high-ranking members of the Seven Profound sect, and even core disciples like Han Li were not usually granted access. Yet, for some reason, Dr. Mo had arranged for Han Li to have exclusive use of this chamber from the moment it was completed, leaving Han Li feeling pleasantly surprised. Dr. Mo had been exceptionally kind to him, providing him with various medicines and herbal concoctions daily, despite Han Li's ignorance of their names and uses. Witnessing Dr. Mo's dedication to his treatment, Han Li realized the preciousness of these remedies. Thanks to Dr. Mo's care, Han Li's cultivation had progressed significantly, and he had finally broken through to the first level of the unnamed technique. However, during this breakthrough, a few meridians had nearly ruptured, resulting in minor internal injuries. Fortunately, Dr. Mo's skilled medical treatment and generous use of potent medicines had prevented any lasting damage. Dr. Mo's concern for his well-being had surprised Han Li, surpassing the typical relationship between master and disciple. Han Li couldn't help but feel a hint of unease, wondering if Dr. Mo had some undisclosed connection to his family. Exiting the stone chamber, Han Li stretched lazily before making his way to his living quarters. Since becoming an official disciple, Han Li and Zhang Tai had moved out of their shared room, and each had their own private cabin. Passing by Zhang Tai's cabin, Han Li glanced inside. As expected, Zhang Tai was nowhere to be seen, likely training at the waterfall below Crimson Water Peak. Despite officially becoming Dr. Mo's disciple, Han Li had only been instructed to continue practicing the unnamed technique, with no indication of learning any other martial arts. However, Dr. Mo had been generous in teaching him medical skills, answering all his questions, and allowing him access to his extensive collection of medical books. For Zhang Tai, Dr. Mo had taught him a practical martial art known as the elephant armor technique. This rare martial art was said to be rarely seen in the martial world, with few practitioners having even heard of it, let alone mastered it. Unlike conventional martial arts, which became increasingly difficult as one progressed, the elephant armor technique consisted of 9 levels, with the first 3 being relatively easy to master. However, from the 4th level onwards, the training became incredibly arduous, often unbearable for many practitioners. Only those who could endure unimaginable pain and torment could advance beyond the 4th level. Despite the formidable challenges, reaching the 7th level of the elephant armor technique conferred extraordinary resilience, akin to wearing invulnerable armor. Furthermore, practitioners gradually gained the strength of an elephant, becoming capable of subduing wolves and tearing apart tigers. Dr. Mo had warned Zhang Tai of the dangers and hardships of this technique, but Zhang Tai had eagerly accepted the challenge, driven by the allure of its power. Within a short span of 2 months, he had reached the pinnacle of the 1st level. Recently, under Dr. Mo's guidance, Zhang Tai had been training daily beneath a waterfall on Crimson Water Peak. enduring the tremendous impact of the cascading water to break through to the second level of the elephant armor technique. Han Li slowly walked out of the Divine Hand Valley, following the mountain path towards the vaguely visible Crimson Water Peak. He didn't have anything important to do at the moment. Over the past few days, his only reason for visiting Zhang Tai at the waterfall was to see his comical appearance while training. This elephant armor technique is not something ordinary people can endure. Just the first level alone inflicts such torture. As for the later levels, they're even more excruciating, likely stripping layers of skin off one's body. Hanley thought to himself as he walked, absent-mindedly kicking fallen leaves and branches along the path. I bet Zhang Tai is starting to regret it now. The dominance of this technique far exceeds the imagination of us youngsters, Hanley muttered to himself, feeling somewhat uplifted at the thought of finding a way out of their current suffering for his friend. Hanley glanced at the trees lining the road. It was late autumn, and the branches were bare, with a thick layer of fallen leaves and dead branches covering the path, making it soft and comfortable to walk on. Suddenly, from a nearby mountain peak, came the sound of weapons clashing, accompanied by occasional shouts of encouragement. Hearing the sounds, Han Li's mood soured. It was the instructors of the 100 Forges Hall training the new disciples in weapon combat. Whenever Han Li saw his fellow disciples engaging in live weapon training, he couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, ever since officially becoming Dr. Mo's disciple, he had been forbidden from handling such things, as it was said to interfere with his progress in practicing the technique. Feeling frustrated, Han Li consoled himself, if I can't learn other things, then so be it. Han Li's mind wandered as he walked, and his spirit became increasingly distracted. His gaze wandered aimlessly along the sides of the path, not focusing on anything in particular. Suddenly, Han Li gasped in pain, his expression turning strange. Almost reflexively, he crouched down, clutching his right big toe tightly with both hands before collapsing onto the grass. The sudden intense pain had overwhelmed him, causing his face to pale. Waves of piercing pain radiated from his toe. It seemed he had accidentally kicked a very hard stone, buried in the leaf pile. After a while, Han Li managed to ease the pain. He lifted his head and scanned the leaf pile nearby, trying to identify the culprit. All he saw were monotonous yellow leaves, making it impossible for him to find the object he was looking for. Frowning, Han Li reached out and rummaged through the pile with his hand, grabbing a thick branch and using it to poke around. Suddenly, he unearthed a fist-sized object. Han Li examined it closely. This was the culprit that had caused his injury, a cylindrical bottle with a slender neck, covered in mud, completely turning it a dull gray color. Han Li had initially thought it was a small porcelain bottle, but upon picking it up, he realized it was much heavier than expected. Perhaps it was made of metal. It was rare to see a bottle made of metal. Now intrigued, Han Li forgot about the pain in his foot. He rubbed off the dirt from the neck of the bottle, revealing its original green color. There were delicate, dark green leaf patterns on the surface, and a small cap tightly sealed the mouth of the bottle. Curious about its contents, Han Li shook the bottle gently, but felt no movement inside. He tried to twist the cap with his hand, but it wouldn't budge. Growing even more curious, Han Li was about to take the next step when suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from his foot. Oh no, how could I forget? My foot is still in contact with the object that caused this injury, Han Li cursed inwardly. Realizing he couldn't go to Zhang Tai's place with this injury, Han Li decided to return to his residence first to apply some medicine, and then carefully examine the unexpected find. On his way back, Han Li didn't encounter many people. Only a few senior martial brothers who passed by noticed his limping, but they didn't say anything to him, indicating that no one paid much attention to this junior martial brother. Back in his residence, the pain in his foot intensified. Han Li quickly sat down on the edge of the bed, gently took off his shoes and socks, and examined the injury. It's swollen badly. The big toe of his right foot was already raised high, with the skin around the wound swelling and turning bright red, like a large red chili pepper. Han Li hurriedly reached for a small medicine bottle under his pillow. It was a trauma medicine carefully prepared by Master Mo, effective for bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had obtained it through some effort from Master Mo, intending to use it to treat Zhang Tai's injuries when he practiced elephant armor technique. He didn't expect to use it himself first. As he unscrewed the bottle cap, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the room. He gently poured the medicine powder onto the swollen toe, feeling a cool sensation spreading up. Indeed, Master Mo's secret medicine worked wonders. His medical skills were truly remarkable. Han Li then found a clean cloth and wrapped the injured toe into a large bandage before putting on his shoes and socks again. Fortunately, the pain has eased a lot. He slowly walked back and forth a few steps, quite satisfied with his quick treatment of the injury. Now it was time to deal with the mysterious bottle, the culprit behind his serious injury. Han Li took out the bottle from his pocket and wiped it clean with a cloth. Now, the entire appearance of the bottle was presented before his eyes. The bottle wasn't large. He could hold it entirely in one hand, slightly smaller than his medicine bottle. It was a light shade of pale green, with several dark green patterns imprinted on the surface, resembling leaf veins, vivid and textured, as if real leaves were directly embedded onto it. He weighed it in his hand, quite heavy. However, it was obviously not made of any metal he knew, nor was it any type of porcelain. When touched, it didn't have the cold feeling of ordinary metal or the smooth texture of typical porcelain. After careful observation for a while, Han Li confirmed that the bottle was made of some material unfamiliar to him. The pale green color seemed to be natural, inherent to the material itself, rather than dyed afterwards. Seeing the tightly sealed bottle cap, Han Li decided to satisfy his curiosity and immediately tried to open it to see if there was anything inside. He placed his hand on the lid and exerted force to twist it open. 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries. The bottle cap and the bottle body seemed to be cast as one, motionless. There was no sign that the lid was about to open. Han Li was surprised. When he first picked up the bottle, he couldn't unscrew it. But at that time, he was too preoccupied with his injury to exert much force and didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that now, with all his strength, opening it would be a piece of cake. However, it turned out to be unsuccessful. Han Li tried to twist it more than a dozen times, feeling his arms sore but still couldn't open it. He stopped. He shook his arms, flexed his wrists, feeling a slight strain from exerting too much force just now. He brought the bottle closer to his eyes and carefully examined it again. Unfortunately, he didn't find any hidden mechanisms. Now Han Li was worried. Without opening the bottle, how would he know if there was anything inside? If there was, considering how peculiar the bottle was and how tightly sealed it was, it must be extremely valuable. Han Li tightly held the bottle in his hand, staring at it, lost in thought for a while. Finally, he decided to let Zhang Tai, who was much stronger than him, try to open it. After all, Zhang Tai could lift dozens of water buckets with each hand and move swiftly up and down the mountain. Even the big water tank in the valley was filled by him every day without fail. With his mind made up, Han Li went to Zhang Tai's room to wait for him, hoping Zhang Tai would come back soon. The wait was unbearable. Time seemed to pass so slowly for Han Li. After what felt like a long time, he finally heard the creaking sound of Zhang Tai pushing the door open. Looking up, Han Li saw Zhang Tai wearing a thin green shirt, emitting a faint heat all over his body, sweating profusely as he walked in. Han Li knew this was a normal phenomenon after Zhang Tai finished his training, so he didn't find it strange. As soon as Zhang Tai saw Han Li in his room, he was taken aback. Before he could speak, Han Li, who had been impatiently waiting, immediately handed the bottle to him. "Zhang Ji, could you please help me open this bottle?" "Where did you find this? It looks pretty good." Zhang Tai was slightly surprised, then took the bottle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This thing is really sturdy. It's hard to unscrew. What is it made of?" Zhang Tai didn't waste any words. He took it and used both hands to exert force, but still couldn't open the lid. "No, I can't twist it. Should I find other senior martial brothers to try?" Zhang Tai shook his head apologetically at Han Li, then handed the bottle back to him, offering another suggestion. "Can't you do it?" Han Li was a little anxious and couldn't help packing around the room. "Hey, what happened to your foot?" Zhang Tai just noticed that Han Li was walking a bit oddly. "It's nothing, just kicked a stone while walking." Han Li didn't know why he didn't want to tell Zhang Tai the truth about the bottle. Perhaps it was just subconscious, treating the matter of the bottle as his own little secret. Feeling disappointed, Han Li didn't feel like chatting with Zhang Tai anymore. After asking about his training progress, he left Zhang Tai's room, intending to solve the problem with the bottle on his own. Back in his small room, Han Li placed the bottle on the table and leaned on one side of the table, staring fixedly at the bottle, while his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to come up with a good solution to the problem. Bang! Han Li clenched his fists and slammed one fist fiercely on the table. Use a tool to smash the bottle. This was Han Li's decision after careful consideration. Resorting to violence to open it was a solution he had already considered, albeit not an ideal one. Although this method was simple and straightforward, it felt like a last resort. Han Li hesitated because he couldn't bear the thought of damaging the beautiful and unique bottle. If there were any other way to open it, he wouldn't resort to such brute force. Asking other senior Marshall brothers for help might work, but in Han Li's mind, he had unconsciously begun to see the bottle as his own treasure. He was unwilling to let anyone else know about it. Moreover, anyone on the mountain could be the owner of the lost item. If they found out the bottle was in his possession, they might want it back. The bottle was so beautiful and intriguing that he couldn't bear to part with it. Han Li's curiosity about the mysterious contents inside the bottle had been aroused. Although he knew it might be empty, he was willing to take the risk, believing that whatever was inside would be more interesting than the bottle itself. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. If he didn't solve the mystery inside the bottle, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Having made up his mind, Han Li sneaked into the room where miscellaneous items were stored in the valley, selected a relatively heavy small hammer from the many tools, and brought it back to his room. Once inside, he found a half-broken hard green brick in the corner of the room and a relatively flat depression on the floor. He placed the brick flat on the ground and placed the bottle securely on top of it. Han Li raised the small hammer in his right hand, hesitated for a moment, then decisively struck the most protruding part of the bottle, the belly. Bang, with 5% force. Bang, with 7% force. Bang, with 10% force. Bang, with 12% force. As Han Li's strength increased, the amplitude of his arms swinging became more exaggerated, and the speed at which the hammer fell increased. In the end, he even smashed half of the bottle into the green brick, but the bottle remained intact, showing no signs of being smashed. Han Li was stunned. He couldn't believe it and reached out to touch the part of the bottle that was hit by the hammer. There wasn't a single dent on it. The bottle remained glossy and intact. This was beyond Han Li's expectations. It was at this moment that Han Li truly believed that this small bottle was definitely extraordinary. It was most likely not intentionally abandoned, but accidentally lost by its owner. Now, the owner might be searching all over the mountain for it. If he wanted to keep it, he had to hide it well and not let anyone else see it. In Han Li's mind, anything he found on the ground belonged to him as long as he didn't steal or rob. If it were ordinary items, he might have returned them to their owners. But this bottle was so mysterious that it was probably lost by disciples from wealthy families or people with status on the mountain. Han Li didn't have a good impression of either of these groups. Han Li's family had been poor since he was a child. They often worked all day and still couldn't afford a decent meal. In the Seven Profound sect, he often saw the first type of people spending money extravagantly and thoughtlessly. Whenever this happened, Hanley felt uncomfortable. In addition, these wealthy disciples often looked down on him and his fellow disciples from poor backgrounds, mocking and insulting them with words, and even getting into a few minor conflicts. Hanley had been involved in one such fight, but unfortunately, he was beaten badly by those wealthy disciples who had practiced martial arts, and he couldn't show his face for days. It wasn't until after resting for several days that he recovered. As for the people with status on the mountain, they hadn't left a good impression on Hanley either. From Guardian Wang accepting bribes from his uncle, to Wu Yan relying on Deputy Sect Master Ma's power to enter the Seven Profound Hall directly. Although Hanley hadn't seen many bigwigs on the mountain, the image of these bigwigs in his mind as a child had already been shattered. For things lost by these two types of people, Hanley not only didn't want to return them, but also wanted to play a prank by hiding them. With this in mind, Hanley took off a small pouch hanging around his neck. It was sewn by his mother with a piece of animal skin when he left home, waterproof and moisture-proof, used to hold a talisman made from a wild boar's tooth to protect him from harm. Hanley loosened the mouth of the pouch, put the bottle and the talisman together, tightened the mouth of the pouch, and then hung the pouch back around his neck. After doing all this, he looked around and saw no one around. He breathed a sigh of relief, patted the pouch bulging slightly on his chest, and felt that it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. At this moment, he felt much more at ease, no longer afraid of any accidents or the owner finding the bottle and asking for it back. Hanley quietly returned the hammer to its original place and pretended to wander around the Shenhand Valley for a while. Only when it was completely dark did he drag his injured foot back to his room. Knowing that Hanley had injured his foot, Zhang Tai personally brought the food to his room, prepared to have a meal with him. Hanley couldn't help but find it amusing to see Zhang Tai clumsily arranging things in his room, moving chairs and fiddling with the table, but he was also touched by his gesture. Once they settled at the table, they chatted about random topics while eating, occasionally exchanging insights into their cultivation. Whenever elephant armor technique was mentioned, Zhang Tai would roll his eyes in frustration. Zhang Tai's fear of the later stages of the elephant armor technique was understandable. Anyone who knew that he would have to endure even more torture than before would have trouble sleeping at night, restless and unable to eat. Hanley admired Zhang Tai's perseverance in sticking with it and not giving up. He himself wouldn't practice such self-torturing martial arts, even if it could make him a top-notch martial artist overnight. As they chatted, they finished dinner. After Zhang Tai hurriedly cleaned up the dishes, he bid farewell and reminded Hanley to rest early to recover from his foot injury. Hanley stood at the door, watching Zhang Tai leave, then hurried back into the room, closed the door and windows tightly, leaving only a vent window open for ventilation. He then took out the bottle from his pouch and began studying it again. Han Li, still just a teenager, soon grew tired of fiddling with it when he couldn't make any progress, especially with his foot injured and feeling fatigued. Unconsciously, he leaned against the bed with the bottle in hand and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, when suddenly he felt a chilling sensation on his hand. Han Li shivered and reluctantly opened his heavy eyelids, looking dazedly at the strange hand that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his mouth wide open, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth without him noticing. He no longer felt sleepy, completely stunned by the sight before him. Visible white light gathered from the only open skylight in the room, converging onto the bottle he was holding, forming tiny white dots the size of grains of rice, surrounding the entire bottle with a thin layer of white light. The white light was extremely soft, not dazzling at all, and the chilling sensation emanated from this faint white light. Han Li swallowed hard, feeling the coldness in his mouth, and suddenly woke up, hastily throwing the bottle aside and crawling to the other side of the bed. After cautiously observing for a while and finding no danger, he cautiously approached again. The bottle, surrounded by white light, appeared exceptionally beautiful and enticing, with a hint of mystery. Han Li hesitated for a moment, gently poking the bottle with his fingertip. It was cool. Other than that, there was nothing special. He looked up and saw that white threads of light were still falling from the skylight, showing no signs of stopping. Han Li glanced at the closed doors and windows, and then at the open skylight above. He had an idea and gently pushed open the door, peeking outside. Fortunately, it was late at night now, and apart from the occasional chirping of autumn insects, it was quiet outside, with no one around. Han Li retracted his head, turned around, and quickly grabbed the small bottle, stuffing it into his pouch, then ran out in a hurry. He ran until he reached a secluded, uninhabited open space before stopping. After scanning the surroundings with his eyes to make sure there was really no one else here, he carefully took out the bottle again and gently placed it on the ground. The white dots that were originally near the bottle disappeared completely after it was put into the pouch. But Han Li wasn't worried. Sure enough, after a while, countless more white threads of light converged from all directions. Then, countless white dots appeared around the small bottle, forming a large glowing sphere the size of a basin. Wow! Han Li raised his hand high, clenched his fist, and exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, his childish nature was evident. It seemed that his assumption was correct. The closed doors and windows hindered the bottle's attraction to the white threads of light. Only in wide-open spaces could the bottle attract more light threads, forming a larger light cluster. Although he didn't know where these light threads came from, or what purpose the bottle served in absorbing them, he felt he had made a significant step towards unraveling the mystery. Han Li felt that he was close to unlocking the secret of the bottle, which made him exceptionally excited. It wasn't until dawn approached that the light around the bottle gradually disappeared, returning to its calm state. During this time, Han Li observed the changes in the bottle while keeping an eye out for anyone who might discover what was happening. He picked up the bottle and checked it. It was no different from before, the cap still tightly sealed. Han Li felt disappointed, but seeing that it was getting late, he reluctantly put the bottle away. He had to hurry back to the stone chamber to meditate and practice. For the next several days, the same phenomenon occurred every night. Countless light threads were attracted to the bottle, transforming into small light dots that the bottle greedily absorbed. Just when Han Li thought this phenomenon would continue to occur every day, on the 8th day, something else happened. When Han Li returned to the usual spot and took out the bottle, the absorption of light dots only lasted for a short half-hour before stopping. Then, the ink-green patterns on the bottle suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and several golden characters and symbols appeared on the surface of the bottle. These strange characters, with their smooth structure and peculiar strokes, exuded an indescribable ancient charm, constantly flickering and moving on the surface of the bottle. This unusual phenomenon lasted only a moment before disappearing, leaving behind a few raised golden characters on the bottle's surface, as if everything had returned to its original state. After experiencing these strange events with the bottle for several days, Han Li was no longer as surprised by these phenomena as he was at the beginning. Even if something more bizarre happened to the bottle, it wouldn't shock him anymore. He casually picked up the bottle and subconsciously tried to open the lid. To his surprise, the cap came off effortlessly, without any effort or skill. Han Li couldn't believe it as he stared at the cap in his hand. Had he solved this puzzle, which had troubled him for several days, so easily? When Han Li confirmed that what was happening before his eyes was real, and the secret of the bottle was right in front of him, he couldn't contain his excitement. He leaned closer to the bottle's mouth and looked inside. Inside the bottle, a drop of green liquid, the size of a soybean, rolled slowly, casting a greenish glow on the entire bottle wall. What was this? Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. He had gone to such lengths, only to obtain something so uninteresting. He closed the bottle cap, put it away in his pouch, and headed back to his residence. The excitement he felt moments ago had dissipated. Although he had managed to open the bottle's cap, the result was unsatisfactory to him. Han Li planned to explore the secret of the green liquid when he had nothing else to do in the future. Perhaps it might bring him a small surprise. Now, what he needed to do was to go back and get a good sleep to make up for the lack of rest in the past few days. He had been unable to sleep well every night, which greatly reduced his efficiency in practicing during the day and caused him to feel lethargic, arousing some inquiries from Dr. Mo. Since becoming Dr. Mo's direct disciple and breaking through to the first level of the mantra, Han Li felt that he had lost the motivation to practice. Moreover, he was dissatisfied with the results of practicing the mantra, which made it difficult for him to muster the enthusiasm to continue. Because of this, Dr. Mo had scolded him severely. However, even though he scolded him when it came time to practice, Han Li still felt drowsy and lethargic, without any energy at all. This situation drove Dr. Mo a little crazy, wondering if he had picked the wrong person. Thinking of this, Han Li felt a little wronged. He didn't want to be like this, but he just couldn't get into the right state of mind. What Han Li didn't expect was that the next day, after waking up from a good sleep, he once again voluntarily and wholeheartedly immersed himself in intensive practice. The reason for his sudden change in behavior was just a casual remark from Dr. Mo. Every time you advance a level in this mantra, I'll double the monthly stipend I give you. Finally recognizing Han Li's desire for money, Dr. Mo found a solution from the root cause, binding him to the chariot of desperate practice with just a simple sentence. In the days that followed, Han Li practiced desperately to advance to the next level of the mantra. Every day, from morning to noon, and from noon to night, he entered the stone chamber twice a day to meditate, living a monotonous and routine life, leaving everything else behind. In order to let him concentrate on his practice without being disturbed by external matters, Dr. Mo temporarily closed off the entire valley of divine hands to the outside world. Even medical treatments were conducted outside the valley, and Han Li was not allowed to worry about his daily necessities. The matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind. As autumn turned to winter and spring passed into summer, time flew by. 4 years had passed, and Han Li was now 14 years old. He had grown into a dark-skinned, silent, and determined rural youth. From the outside, he didn't appear much different from other ordinary farming youths, neither handsome nor strikingly charismatic. However, he shuttled between the stone chamber and his residence every day, occasionally visiting Dr. Mo to learn some medical skills and reading various books in his room. The entire valley became his entire world, and he had successfully reached the 3rd level of the mantra. Dr. Mo was very satisfied with Han Li's dedication to practicing, but he still found his progress in the unnamed mantra too slow. In recent years, Dr. Mo's illness seemed to worsen. The frequency and duration of his coughing increased, indicating his deteriorating condition. As his health declined, Dr. Mo seemed to care more about Han Li's progress in practicing. From his repeated urging, one could sense his inner anxiety. It seemed that Dr. Mo valued Han Li greatly. Not only did he give him much more money than the average disciple as agreed, but the way he looked at him was also peculiar, as if he was gazing at a rare treasure with utmost care. However, Han Li, now sensitive due to his training, occasionally detected a hint of unsettling greed and longing behind Dr. Mo's caring gaze. This made him feel somewhat uneasy, as if Dr. Mo wasn't looking at him like a living person, but rather like an object. This puzzled him. What could Dr. Mo possibly want from him? Of course, he had no answer to this question. Sometimes, Han Li even felt guilty for silently criticizing Dr. Mo behind his back, feeling somewhat ungrateful. Yet, he couldn't shake off a lingering sense of wariness towards Dr. Mo. which grew stronger as time passed. Now, a major problem confronted Han Li. He had reached a bottleneck in his practice, and to make matters worse, after years of intense training and medication, Dr. Mo's precious medicines had run out. Clearly, Han Li was not a natural prodigy. Without the assistance of medicine, his progress in practice came to a complete standstill. This made Han Li feel ashamed in front of Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo had invested all his efforts and resources into creating the best conditions for Han Li's practice, but he couldn't meet Dr. Mo's expectations. Han Li found it difficult to face Dr. Mo and his eager inquiries. Strangely, Dr. Mo, despite his high martial arts skills, couldn't discern the details of Han Li's practice. He could only infer his progress from pulse readings, so he was unaware of Han Li's current predicament. Recently, Han Li, feeling uneasy, finally confessed his practice situation to Dr. Mo. Upon hearing that Han Li hadn't made progress in the mantra for a year, Dr. Mo's already pale face turned even paler, and his expression, usually devoid of emotion, became even more unpleasant. Dr. Mo didn't blame him, but told him that he needed to leave the mountain for a while to gather some medicinal herbs. He instructed Han Li to focus on practicing diligently while he was away and not to neglect his mantra training. 2 days later, Dr. Mo left 7 Mystery Sect alone, carrying luggage and gathering tools. After he left, the entire Valley of Divine Hands was left with only Han Li. Another senior brother and good friend, Zhang Tai, had disappeared 2 years ago after reaching the 3rd level of the elephant armor technique. He left only a farewell letter, stating his intention to travel the Jianghu world, which caused a stir in the entire 7 Mystery Sect. Later, it was said that Dr. Mo had intervened on his behalf, preventing his recommendation person and relatives from implicated. implicated. This sudden departure saddened Han Li for several days, and upon further reflection, he vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, and no one asked him about it, so the matter was eventually forgotten. Later, Han Li speculated that Zhang Tai might have been afraid of practicing the 4th level of the elephant armor technique and slipped away unnoticed. After practicing in the valley for a few days with no results, and being a teenager at heart, Han Li decided to leave the Valley of Divine Hands and wander around the Kahua mountain. Walking on these familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar mountain paths, Han Li couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. In these years, he had been imprisoned in the valley like a bird in a cage, never stepping out once. It was likely that the fellow disciples outside had long forgotten about him. On the way, he encountered some patrol disciples who became wary upon seeing him dressed in the sect's attire, but having an unfamiliar face. He had to explain himself at length to be let go. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Li decided to take the winding paths to quieter places, avoiding crowded areas where people tended to ask questions. Sure enough, along the way, there were no more annoying interrogations, allowing him to roam freely and further away. looking at the picturesque scenery and listening to the chirping of various birds. All his worries were forgotten for the moment. Suddenly, the sounds of weapons clashing, accompanied by shouting and cheering, faintly came from a secluded cliff nearby. In such a remote place, so many people gathered together, and such a lively commotion. Han Li's curiosity was piqued, and he no longer feared being questioned as he followed the sounds of the fight to the vicinity of the cliff. What a big scene. He couldn't help but be stunned and surprised. Under the completely covered canopy of trees, over 100 people were gathered beneath the cliff. Despite the small space, it was packed with people, with even several individuals standing on the branches of nearby trees, watching from above. Within this large crowd, two groups of people faced each other with hostility. The group on the left was larger, with about 11 or 12 people, while the group on the right was smaller, with only 6 or 7 people. Han Li noticed that all these people, whether onlookers or participants, appeared to be around his age, in their teens. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. What a coincidence. Among the many people, he easily recognized several familiar faces. Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Lishang. Oh, Wang Daping seems even fatter than before. He really benefits from being the son of a cook, well-fed and well-nourished. And this person is Liu Taitu. He used to be a dark-faced charcoal head, but now he's turned into a pretty boy. Han Li climbed up a tree and called out the familiar faces below. In the midst of the crowd, two bare-handed teenagers were testing their martial arts skills. One was stout but had a stable stance, displaying powerful punches and kicks. He was none other than Han Li's former good friend, Wang Daping. Despite his fat physique, Wang Daping's martial arts skills were formidable, with each punch and kick carrying great force. The other teenager was short but agile, moving like a nimble mouse. Instead of defending against Wang Daping's attacks, he simply dodged and evaded, seemingly aiming to tire out Wang Daping before launching a counterattack. Seeing his friend engaged in combat, Han Li naturally inclined to his side. After observing for a while and seeing Wang Daping maintain his momentum, Han Li relaxed, knowing his friend wouldn't be defeated easily. He glanced around, intending to ask someone about what was happening. Not far from where he stood, a teenager was gesturing with his hands while muttering to himself, hit his head, kick his waist, oh, just missed. Yes, kick his butt harder. The teenager seemed to be rooting for Wang Daping. Finding him amusing, Han Li climbed down from the tree and approached him. "Excuse me, do you know the people fighting? Why are they battling?" Han Li asked innocently. "Why ask? I, the little calculator, know everyone here. They're fighting because of..." The teenager was about to answer, but then he realized he had never seen Han Li before and became alert. "I'm Han Li, a good friend of the brave Wang Daping over there," Han Li replied seriously. "Wang Daping's friend? I know all his friends, but I've never seen you before. Are you a new disciple? No, it takes at least half a year for new disciples to enter. Who are you?" The teenager became suspicious. Oh, I've been secluded in a place for the past few years. It's normal if you don't know me, Han Li replied, half-truthfully. Is that so? You've been a disciple here for 4 years. I didn't expect there to be someone I don't know in the sect, the teenager said, looking at Han Li's clothes and seemingly believing his explanation. He then proceeded to explain the reason behind the fight to Han Li in detail, revealing a complex web of relationships and grievances involving two young men, a girl, and a tragic outcome. As Han Li listened, he realized that the conflict between the wealthy disciples and the lower-ranked ones seemed to have intensified. The teenager continued to talk enthusiastically, expressing support for Wang Dapeng and suggesting a united front against the wealthy disciples if they broke the rules. Han Li smiled wryly, feeling disconnected from the conflict. After years of cultivating, his fiery impulses had long faded. Moreover, he had never practiced martial arts before and knew he couldn't win against any ordinary disciple. He decided to watch the competition to its conclusion and then return to the valley honestly. Great! Suddenly, the teenager exclaimed with joy. Startled, Han Li turned to look at the arena. Wang Dapeng's opponent had finally succumbed to his relentless assault, falling unconscious after being struck on the head. Some cheered while others wore grim expressions. Wang Dapeng, brimming with pride, returned to his side of the arena, his earlier ferocity replaced by a smug demeanor. The representatives of Zhang Changgui's faction also withdrew their fallen comrade before sending out two new fighters, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. The two combatants, both hot-blooded, immediately engaged in a fierce battle without exchanging words. Between the two combatants, blades flashed and shadows danced as they twisted and turned, their weapons forming two clusters of cold light that collided frequently, making it difficult to determine who had the upper hand. Han Li watched for a while but couldn't discern a clear winner. He simply found the fight between the two very exciting and entertaining. He couldn't tell which moves were effective or futile, let alone who was more skilled. Such matters were beyond the understanding of an outsider like him. Han Junior brother, I wonder which senior brother you're studying under now. I assume your cultivation has advanced significantly since your seclusion. Little Calculator couldn't hold back any longer and respectfully inquired about Han Li's lineage. In the Seven Profound sect, after 2 years of basic training at the 100 Forging Hall, each inner disciple would be sent to an older disciple to formally become their apprentice and learn more advanced martial arts. After completing their apprenticeship, these disciples would assume specific roles within the sect. However, if a disciple showed outstanding performance during the entrance test, they could skip the 2 years of basic training and directly enter the Seven Wonders Hall, becoming an inner disciple directly under the tutelage of several sect masters, who would impart the sect's secret techniques. This was like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, achieving great success in one leap. During the 2 years of basic training, if someone showed exceptional talent, they might catch the eye of elders, hall masters, or senior disciples and be taken as a personal disciple. While the future of these disciples might not be as bright as those directly under the sect masters, they would receive more opportunities than ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Han Li had recently emerged from seclusion, coupled with the fact that little Calculator had never seen him before, he naturally assumed that Han Li was the disciple of a high-ranking figure within the sect. Thus, he respectfully inquired, hoping to establish a relationship. A few years ago, I was taken in by a certain elder as his disciple. It's not appropriate for me to reveal his name. Although Han Li's words were true, he intentionally feigned shyness, adding a touch of pride. Is that so? Han's senior brother is truly fortunate. With such a prestigious master, your future prospects must be bright. If there's a chance, I hope senior brother can mentor me. Little Calculator, upon hearing that Han Li didn't want to disclose his master's name, didn't mind. After all, any elder would be stronger than his own master, but his tone changed immediately. Han's senior brother, it's obvious you're no ordinary person. Your future success is assured. He continued flattering. This person has a dark complexion and looks quite foolish. How could he be taken as a disciple by an elder? I'm much smarter than him, yet I haven't caught the eye of any influential figures. Little Calculator thought to himself, but his expression became even more respectful. Han Li couldn't help but smile inwardly at the sudden change in attitude from junior brother Han to senior brother Han. However, he didn't look down on him. After all, it was natural for people to seek advancement, and who wouldn't want to climb higher? Besides, from his name alone, Han Li could tell that little Calculator was someone who was shrewd and adept at maneuvering. However, he would be sorely disappointed. While Han Li's previous statement was not false, the identity of his master was only a facade. In reality, he was just an ordinary disciple within the Seven Profounds sect, easily defeated by any random disciple. Little Calculator had chosen the wrong tree to lean on. While Han Li chuckled inwardly, he continued to politely listen to little Calculator's flattery, occasionally responding with a few courteous words. Han's senior brother, with your formidable martial arts skills, if you were to participate, you could surely defeat the person wielding the sword effortlessly, and little Calculator continued to heap praise while also carefully observing Han Li's every move. Strange, disciples under elders should have profound inner energy and strong martial arts skills. But why can't I see the depth of this person's cultivation? His temples aren't slightly protruding, nor do his eyes reveal any martial prowess. He seems like someone unfamiliar with martial arts. Little Calculator became increasingly puzzled as he observed. The winner has been decided. Han Li's light voice interrupted his thoughts. Startled, little Calculator quickly turned his gaze back to the arena. Sure enough, the person wielding the knife had discarded his weapon, his arm oozing blood as he grimaced, clearly not accepting his defeat gracefully. It was understandable. Both combatants were evenly matched, and he had only lost due to a slight miscalculation. Little Calculator looked on with regret, repeatedly lamenting, "What a pity." What's so regrettable about it? Han Li couldn't see anything remarkable, but since there was someone nearby who could explain, it would be a waste not to ask. In this match, if the person from Wang Daping's side had won, they would have won 3 rounds, and there would be no need for another match. What a pity they didn't win. Though. But it's okay. Now it's the final round. The person representing Wang Daping's side is the most skilled among us disciples. His thunderous blade technique is exceptionally powerful, capable of shattering rocks and breaking metal. Ha! Being able to witness Brother Li's mastery of the blade is a treat. No matter who Zhang Changui sends out, we're sure to win. At first, little Calculator felt a bit dejected, but he soon became excited, displaying full confidence in Brother Li. Is it already the final round? Han Li asked casually, wondering who this Brother Li was. He didn't recognize him as someone from his side. At this moment, a cold-looking youth emerged from Wang Daping's side. He held a dazzling long knife and stepped into the center of the arena. Without a word, he closed his eyes. Brother Li, Brother Li, Brother Li. Seeing this youth's appearance, the spectators outside the arena became excited, chanting his name in unison, their voices growing louder and louder. At this moment, it was no longer about rich or poor disciples. Everyone cheered unanimously for this youth. Is this Brother Li very famous? What's his background? Han Li was somewhat surprised. You don't even know Brother Li. I've been in seclusion for several years. Right, I forgot about that. My memory is really bad. I always thought that everyone in the 7 Profound Gate would know Brother Li, and I forgot about your seclusion. Xiao Suanpan suddenly realized, hastily apologizing. Could you tell me about Brother Li's story? Han brother, of course I can. The deeds of Brother Li are well known among us young disciples. Seeing that there was still no opponent sent out by Zhang Changui's side, Xiao Suanpan began recounting the various legends surrounding Brother Li to Han Li. Han brother, I'm not exaggerating, but the story of Brother Li is well known not only among us younger disciples, but also among the older ones. Initially, he energetically began telling Han Li the story of Brother Li, with an air of enthusiasm, as if he were the protagonist of the tale. Listening to Xiao Suanpan recount Brother Li's deeds one by one, there was indeed a touch of legend to them. Brother Li also entered the mountain 4 years ago, but of course, he wasn't in the same batch as Han Li during the assessment. At that time, he didn't pass the test at once and became a named disciple. However, in the test half a year later, he not only ranked first in all the tests, but also became the only one to last more than 30 moves in the final confrontation with his fellow disciples. This record broke the test results of all previous named disciples and attracted the attention of many high-ranking figures. After an examination, it was surprising to find that Brother Li's aptitude was only average, and his potential for growth was limited. This diagnosis was considered a pity, but as a result, no high-ranking figure took him as a disciple. After 2 years of basic training, he still worshipped under an ordinary guardian and only learned a few ordinary martial arts, among which the wind and thunder saber technique was one of the common intermediate martial arts of the 7 profound gate. If it stopped here, Brother Li couldn't be considered a legend, only somewhat promising. However, not long after, he relied on this unremarkable wind and thunder saber technique to shine in the following year's competition among the younger disciples, breaking into the top 16, becoming the only one among the new disciples to rank high. This once again made him the focus of the sect. In the subsequent competitions, Brother Li was always fierce and unstoppable, achieving high rankings every time, bringing considerable honor to their group of new disciples. In last year's major competition, he even won 3rd place. It's worth noting that the top 2 were disciples who had been in the sect for over a decade. Although they were younger disciples, they were already in their late 20s. Their internal strength was much deeper than his. Many disciples believed that if Brother Li had the same internal strength as them, 1st place would have been easily within his grasp. In this way, Brother Li once again attracted attention from above and was named to go outside the mountain to participate in many important missions. While other new disciples were still practicing martial arts in the sect, he had already earned many merits for the 7 profound gate. He gained a formidable reputation in the martial world as Li Hu. It is said that he is about to be allowed to enter the 7 ultimate hall to cultivate even more profound martial arts. Hearing this, Hanley couldn't help but be moved. If all these things were true, this Brother Li was indeed extraordinary. With just the identity of a named disciple, he was able to achieve such remarkable accomplishments through sheer perseverance. Hanley also admired him somewhat. On Zhang Changgui's side, after half a day of evasion, finally, a disciple reluctantly stepped forward. This disciple didn't seem weak either. He drew out a shining soft sword from his waist. This soft sword was only as thick as a thumb, flexible and weak. It was obvious that it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. Brother Li felt someone approaching and slowly opened his eyes full of spirit. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone's ears to buzz incessantly. The person opposite him also shook slightly, a look of fear appearing on his face. With the shout, Brother Li's long knife swung, a streak of blade light flashing, transforming into more than 10 blade shadows in an instant, surrounding his opponent in a net of blades. This person was quite alert, although somewhat panicked. However, his soft sword was unpredictable and treacherous, guarding flawlessly. Who is this person? Hanley couldn't help but ask. He's Zhao Xiling, the disciple of the 5th elder. His dusting willow sword technique is quite tricky. How does he compare to Brother Li? Of course, he's no match, Xiao Suanpan said proudly. Why doesn't Zhang Changui send out someone more formidable? Zhao Xiling is the strongest among them. Besides, who among us new disciples can beat Brother Li? It's pointless to replace anyone. He chuckled somewhat maliciously. Indeed, although Zhao Xiling's swordsmanship hadn't become chaotic yet, he lacked any imposing aura, and was being pressed firmly by Brother Li's long knife. Any discerning person could see that his defeat was only a matter of time. After watching for a while, a doubt arose in Han Li's mind. I find something strange. Why aren't there any older senior brothers present? Even if they're not allowed to participate in the competition, shouldn't there be someone to watch? But both inside and outside the venue, there isn't a single senior brother of significant age. It's only us new disciples, who are in our teens, watching the competition. What's going on? Han Li bluntly raised his question. Xiao Suanpan's expression changed when he heard Han Li's question. He looked at him with a strange gaze, making him feel a bit puzzled. Did he touch upon some taboo topic? Han, brother, you really live in your own world, don't you? You don't know about such a big event. Even if you were in seclusion, your master should have mentioned it to you. Xiao Suanpan's tone sounded suspicious again. Without saying a word, Han Li swiftly took out a waist token from his body and handed it to Xiao Suanpan. Han, brother, what are you doing? Can I still not trust you? I felt like I had seen you before, and I was sure we had met earlier, he. He quickly glanced at the waist token from the corner of his eye and saw that it was genuine, so he hastily smiled. Can you tell me now? Han Li still cared about the question he had raised earlier. Of course, of course. Oh no, I might have offended this guy in front of me. Xiao Suanpan muttered to himself, but he obediently spilled everything out. In recent years, the conflict between the Seven Profound Gate and the Wolf Gang had intensified. Both sides fought numerous battles, big and small, over several wealthy towns with unclear ownership, resulting in significant casualties. Because the members of the Wolf Gang were trained in the ways of bandits, they fought without regard for their lives and became even more crazed at the sight of blood. On the other hand, although the disciples of the Seven Profound Gate had higher martial arts skills, they lacked the same ruthlessness. Consequently, in the battles, it was often the latter who suffered more casualties. After several such battles, the higher-ups of the Seven Profound Gate couldn't sit still anymore and sent out most of their inner disciples to participate in a series of battles with the Wolf Gang. On one hand, these territories must not be lost, and on the other hand, they wanted their disciples to experience the cruelty of the martial world and gain practical combat experience. As a result, almost all the older senior brothers on the mountain were sent down the mountain. Currently, either they were entangled with the Wolf Gang or undergoing training elsewhere. Apart from the necessary guardian disciples, only the younger disciples who had not yet graduated remained on the mountain. Hearing this, Han Li suddenly realized the reason for the difference on the mountain compared to before. Clang! A loud noise rang out as a soft sword flew into the air. Zhao Xiling pressed his left hand against his injured right tiger's mouth, his face turning pale as he staggered back several steps, gasping for breath. Just now, he couldn't evade Brother Li's swift and consecutive knife moves, and was forced to use his soft sword to parry. As a result, the tremendous force transmitted by the knife caused his weapon to be shaken away. Brother Li, indeed formidable, I admit defeat, Zhao Xiling reluctantly smiled and saluted. Cheers erupted from the surroundings. Brother Li, impressive skill. Brother Li, amazing saber technique. Brother Li, please give me some guidance. Calls of admiration filled the entire venue, directed towards their idol. Brother Li sheathed his long knife, a faint blush appearing on his face as he was about to say something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he frowned, seeming to remember something. He said coldly, "I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." With a turn, he lightly floated out of the venue, revealing a skillful lightness technique, and disappeared into the pine forest beside the cliff. Tusk, tusk. Brother Li not only has excellent saber skills, but also remarkable lightness technique. Exactly. Exactly. Words of praise echoed once again. Han Li furrowed his brows. This brother Li had good skills, but he seemed a bit fond of showing off, probably because of his youthful arrogance. He couldn't help but smile wryly at himself. Despite not being much older than these people, he always seemed to have an old-fashioned mindset, as if he were already an old man. It seemed that practicing that set of mantras had aged his mentality. "Excuse me, what's your name, Junior?" Han Li glanced at Xiao Suanpan, standing aside, and suddenly asked for his name. "I'm Jin Dongbao, but, Han brother, you can just call me Xiao Suanpan." Xiao Suanpan became excited when Han Li asked for his name, feeling like he had found a big backer. "If you ever get sick or injured, just come to me, and I'll treat you for free." Han Li patted his shoulder, glanced at the crowd that was once again in dispute, and walked into the nearby pine forest without looking back. Left behind in the same spot, Jin Dongbao was still dumbfounded, unable to understand the meaning of what Han Li had said for a while. Having left the cliff behind, Han Li could still faintly hear the clamor of the crowd. However, he had no intention of worrying about how they would resolve the dispute between Wang Dapeng and Zhang Changui. Thinking about Jin Dongbao standing there dumbfounded made Han Li want to laugh out loud. He felt remarkably light-hearted at that moment, without the oppressive feeling he had in the valley. As he emerged from the pine forest and walked deeper into the wilderness, a small stream appeared before him. Glancing at the scorching sun in the sky, and then at the gently flowing water of the stream, Han Li thought it would be a good idea to wash up in the stream. As he bent down and dipped his hands into the cool water, he heard painful groans coming from upstream. Surprised that there were people in such a remote place, Han Li followed the groans and found a disciple wearing the inner sect attire lying face down by the stream, trembling uncontrollably. Han Li immediately realized that the disciple was suffering from acute illness and needed immediate help, or his life would be in danger. He rushed over and took out a sandalwood box from his pocket. Opening it, he took out shiny silver needles and swiftly inserted them into the acupoints on the man's back. After finishing with the back acupoints, Han Li flipped the man over, intending to work on the acupoints on his chest. As he turned the man over, Han Li was taken aback. The person in critical condition was none other than Brother Lee, who had just displayed his prowess on the cliff. Han Lee paused for a moment and carefully examined the face he had seen not long ago. At this moment, Brother Lee no longer had the gallant and invincible appearance he had shown earlier. His originally cold and stern face was now twisted in pain, with foam oozing from his mouth. It was evident that Brother Lee was delirious from the pain. Han Lee regained his composure, pondered for a moment, and then swiftly began to insert silver needles into Brother Lee's body. He administered dozens of needles in quick succession. When he finished the last needle, Han Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh. This emergency acupuncture technique was also quite a burden for him. When Brother Lee's body was covered in glittering silver needles, he finally regained consciousness and his senses. "You are." He struggled to say something, but lacked the strength to utter the remaining words. "I'm from Divine Hand Valley. Don't speak anymore. Focus on recovering your strength. I can only wake you up this once. Your illness is quite strange, and I'm afraid only Dr. Mo can save you. Unfortunately, he is not on the mountain now." Han Lee checked Brother Lee's pulse and frowned. "Medicine. In." Brother Lee's expression became anxious, and his lips trembled as he tried to lift his arm to say something, but he couldn't. "Do you have the medicine that can cure your illness?" Han Lee immediately understood what he meant and guessed, asking in return. "Ah." Brother Lee nodded weakly, relieved that Han Lee understood him. Without hesitation, Han Lee searched through his belongings and found many items. Among them, a small white jade bottle was picked out by him. This bottle was so precious and tightly sealed that it must be the item he was looking for. He picked up the bottle and looked back at Brother Lee's expression. Indeed, Brother Lee's face was full of joy, and he blinked his eyes desperately. Han Lee opened the bottle cap, but unexpectedly, instead of a medicinal fragrance, a strong, fishy smell rushed out of the bottle. Han Lee's face turned ugly the moment he smelled the odor. Carefully pouring out a pink pill from it, the pill looked so lovely, but emitted such an unpleasant smell, which was truly unbelievable. "Is this the pill?" Han Lee's expression returned to calmness. Brother Lee's face turned pale as soon as he heard Han Lee's words, devoid of any color. Panic flashed in his eyes. "Don't tell me that this pill in my hand isn't the marrow extract pill." Han Lee paused for a moment in his speech. Brother Lee, upon hearing this, had a despairing expression on his face, but there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. "You must be surprised. This kind of pill is extremely rare. How could I recognize it?" Han Lee noticed his questioning gaze and changed the subject, speaking about himself. "In fact, it's simple. I have also taken one of these pills." Han Lee's words stunned Brother Lee completely, but then he showed an expression of disbelief. "My method of taking this pill was different from yours. I only took one pill in total, and I divided it into 10 portions to be taken over 10 times. Each time, I used it as a decoction for other medicines, so there were no harmful side effects to my body. Because the appearance and smell of the pill were so different, I had a very deep impression of it. I always thought that besides the pill I took, no one else in the world should really take this secret medicine. I didn't expect to find someone within our sect. After saying these words, Han Li looked at Brother Li with a gaze that seemed admiring and pitying. Brother Li didn't want to meet Han Li's gaze with his own. He closed his eyes gently, but his chest rose and fell irregularly, indicating that he was in a state of confusion. You've been taking this medicine for several years, right? If you stop taking it now, I can ask Dr. Mo to prescribe another medicine for you. Although it won't restore all of your lifespan, it will allow you to live another 20 or 30 years. However, your martial arts skills will not be preserved. If you continue to take this pill, judging from today's situation, you may live for another 5 or 6 years at most. Of course, during these years, your martial arts will progress faster and faster than before. Since you dared to take this secret medicine, you must be a determined person. It's up to you to decide what to do with your body. Will you take this pill or discard it? The eyelids of Brother Li trembled slightly, indicating an intense internal struggle. After a short while, he opened his eyes, grabbed the long knife next to him, and leaped up. With a swift movement, he held the blade against Han Li's neck. Give me one reason not to kill you. Brother Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, full of murderous intent. I just saved your life. Isn't that reason enough? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his eyebrows twitched slightly, barely noticeable to the casual observer. Brother Li's facial expression softened slightly, but he continued to stare fiercely at Han Li. Even though I knew before saving you that you might try to silence me to protect your secrets, I never thought you would act so quickly. Han Li finally managed a wry smile, with a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. Cough, even though I knew saving you might cause trouble, as a medical practitioner, I couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Han Li sighed. Brother Li listened, his face showing a hint of embarrassment, and he moved the blade slightly away from Han Li's neck, but it remained poised. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had to prepare for any eventuality. He discreetly shifted his fingers away from an iron tube hidden in his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore an oath, Brother Li finally lowered his long knife and sheathed it. Han Li touched his neck, feeling a shallow cut left by the sharp blade. It was slightly sticky to the touch, and he felt a cold sweat on his back. It seemed he had sweated quite a bit during the ordeal. This was too close. I should have been more cautious. I must learn from this lesson and never intervene in such thankless situations again. Other people's lives and deaths are their own affairs. It's none of my business. Han Li thought with a hint of fear. Since you saved my life and promised to keep my secret, Brother Han, I owe you a great favor. If I survive, feel free to ask for my help. As long as it's within my power, I will assist you. Brother Li recovered his composure and made a solemn promise, revealing his name and making a commitment. I don't think I'll need your help, but you seem to be in quite a predicament yourself, aren't you? Han Li smiled slightly and asked. How do you know? Brother Li was surprised. Anyone could guess. You, an ordinary guardian disciple, are overshadowed by a large group of hall masters, elders, and even the disciples favored by the sect master. How could you have an easy life? Hanley hit the nail on the head. Brother Lee's face darkened, and he remained silent for a while. I don't want to meddle in your affairs, and I can't do anything about it anyway. But I can help alleviate the pain caused by your consumption of marrow-extracting pills. Hanley offered. Really? Brother Lee's spirits lifted, his face brightening, indicating that the pain from the marrow-extracting pills was weighing heavily on him. Why would I lie to you? But I don't have the medicine right now. I'll have to go back to Shen Shu Valley to prepare it. Since Dr. Mo is not at home, I can't let outsiders into the valley casually. Han Li said calmly. That's great. What's with the intense look? I don't have the medicine right now. Meet me at the entrance of Shen Shu Valley tomorrow at noon, and I'll deliver the medicine to you once it's prepared. Han Li reminded him. All right, I'll be there on time. My name is Han Li, Dr. Mo's direct disciple. With your martial skills, you can call me Junior Brother Han. Han Li, hearing Brother Li address him so familiarly, quickly revealed his name, hopping to avoid any overly intimate titles. This incident, where Han Li intervened to save someone for the first time, directly led to his habit of seizing every opportunity for personal gain in the future. His originally simple nature was completely abandoned. Although he didn't become a villain, he was far from being honest and kind-hearted. You saved my life and promised to keep my secret, Brother Han. I owe you a great favor. If I survive, feel free to ask for my help. As long as it's within my power, I will assist you. Brother Li, having used the term brother, quickly revealed his name and made a commitment. I don't think I'll need your help, but you seem to be in quite a predicament yourself, aren't you? Han Li smiled slightly and asked. How do you know? Brother Li was surprised. Anyone could guess. You, an ordinary guardian disciple, are overshadowed by a large group of hall masters, elders, and even the disciples favored by the sect master. How could you have an easy life? Hanley hit the nail on the head. Brother Lee's face darkened, and he remained silent for a while. I don't want to meddle in your affairs, and I can't do anything about it anyway. But I can help alleviate the pain caused by your consumption of marrow-extracting pills. Han Li offered. Really? Brother Lee's spirits lifted, his face brightening, indicating that the pain from the marrow-extracting pills was weighing heavily on him. Why would I lie to you? But I don't have the medicine right now. I'll have to go back to Shen Shu Valley to prepare it. Since Dr. Mo is not at home, I can't let outsiders into the valley casually. Han Li said calmly. That's great. What's with the intense look? I don't have the medicine right now. Meet me at the entrance of Shen Shu Valley tomorrow at noon, and I'll deliver the medicine to you once it's prepared. Han Li reminded him. All right, I'll be there on time. My name is Han Li, Dr. Mo's direct disciple. With your martial skills, you can call me Junior Brother Han. Han Li, hearing Brother Li address him so familiarly, quickly revealed his name, hopping to avoid any overly intimate titles. This incident, where Han Li intervened to save someone for the first time, directly led to his habit of seizing every opportunity for personal gain in the future. His originally simple nature was completely abandoned. Although he didn't become a villain, he was far from being honest and kind-hearted. Han Li stood silently, watching Li Feiyu's figure gradually fade into the distance, lost in his thoughts. They had just agreed that Li Feiyu would come back the next day before noon to collect the medicine. He had bid farewell voluntarily, saying he needed to recuperate further. Throughout the long encounter, Han Li hadn't pressed Li Feiyu for the reasons behind taking the secret medicine. Han Li knew that questioning him wouldn't change what had already transpired. If Li Feiyu was willing to forsake his future for present glory as Senior Li, there must be a compelling reason. No one willingly sought their own demise, even with a slow and costly method like the marrow-purging pill. Pressing him to reveal his reasons would only reopen nearly healed wounds. Han Li's decision was clear. As Li Feiyu left without questioning his motives, Han Li felt grateful for his understanding. Though unspoken, Li Feiyu owed him a significant debt. Han Li intended to honor their agreement. Not only would he keep Li Feiyu's secret, but he also decided to prepare a medicine to alleviate his pain once back at the valley. The reason was simple. If Li Feiyu wasn't a villain and hadn't truly intended to harm him, then Han Li wanted him indebted to him for future favors. As Li Feiyu's martial skills improved over the years, the likelihood of him being of assistance increased. Even if Han Li didn't require his help in the coming years, aiding someone in need wasn't a bad thing. Though Li Feiyu might not necessarily be a good person, after today's events, he wouldn't pose any threat to Han Li. Having pondered over everything, Han Li felt satisfied that he hadn't overlooked anything. With that, he leisurely returned to the Divine Hands Valley. Not long after returning to the valley, Han Li began preparing the secret medicine Li Feiyu needed. It wasn't difficult to concoct, as all the necessary herbs could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. However, the process was meticulous and required careful attention. After a busy afternoon, Han Li had prepared enough medicine to last Li Feiyu a year. He didn't make more than necessary, intending for Li Feiyu to return annually to collect it, ensuring he wouldn't forget the favor owed. As evening approached, Han Li did something out of character. He sat in a chair outside his door, gazing up at the dark sky and the bright moon, lost in thought. Once again, he found himself yearning for his family back home. It had been over 4 years since he left his parents. Since then, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, scarcely sparing a thought for home. He had never returned, but instead sent most of the money he earned back home. He received only occasional letters from his family, reporting that everything was fine, but he noticed a subtle change in their tone over time, becoming more distant and formal. This realization left him feeling uneasy, unsure of how to respond. He reached for the small pouch containing the protective talisman hanging around his neck, pressing it against his chest. Normally, this action brought him comfort, but tonight it only seemed to agitate him further. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, as if an inner demon had been awakened. Han Li quickly realized that something was amiss. His body felt out of control, and his qi and blood churned restlessly. An unsettling sensation crept over him, threatening to overwhelm him. Could it be demonic possession? The terrifying thought crossed his mind. Han Li stood up, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. With Mo Defu absent, he had to handle this crisis on his own. Han Li couldn't fathom why he would suddenly be afflicted with such a condition. Though it wasn't the time to delve into the root cause, finding it would be the key to resolving this troubling situation. He scanned his surroundings, searching for any conspicuous objects. His gaze fell upon the small pouch around his neck. The pouch, the protective talisman, the realization struck him. Could it be the source of my distress? Han Li wasn't certain, but he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. His condition was worsening, and he risked losing control at any moment. Han Li decisively reached out, tore the pouch from his neck, and flung it away. No, it's getting worse. My qi and blood are roiling even more intensely. Han Li struggled to suppress the turmoil within him, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the discarded pouch, hoping to uncover the cause of his escalating distress. Perhaps it was the blessing of the goddess of luck. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Han Li's mind. He swiftly rushed towards the bag that had been thrown far away. In a few quick strides, he reached it, bent down, picked up the bag, and swiftly tore open its mouth. From inside, he pulled out the amulet his parents had given him. As soon as his palm touched the amulet, a sense of tranquility permeated his body and mind. The previous restlessness and discomfort vanished without a trace, and all the abnormalities in his body automatically disappeared, as if everything had returned to normal. Han Li disregarded all the changes in his body now, simply holding the amulet in one hand and bringing it close to his eyes with the other, gazing at it intently. After a long while, Han Li sighed and stopped caressing the amulet, shifting his gaze away from it. Unbeknownst to him, the trouble he had narrowly escaped was not losing control of his cultivation, but rather the invasion of a cultivator's inner demon. If he hadn't acted quickly and used an external object to expel the inner demon, he might have soon been invaded by it, controlled by hallucinations, and ultimately died in a frenzy. Of course, he only learned about this after embarking on the path of cultivation. Han Li examined his body with his inner energy and felt that everything was fine. What surprised him even more was that his cultivation had increased significantly. Although he hadn't broken through to the 4th level yet, he had reached the peak of the 3rd level, not far from the 4th. Overwhelmed by this unexpected joy, a smile appeared on Han Li's face, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. He feared another perilous incident like the previous one due to emotional instability. He held onto the amulet pouch, intending to put the amulet back inside and keep it safe. Oh, Han Li unexpectedly found something he had forgotten for a long time in the bag, a mysterious little bottle he had kept for several years. He had completely forgotten about this bottle, and if he hadn't seen it again now, he wouldn't have remembered it. With his current knowledge and insight, Han Li had gained much more than 4 years ago. He had broadened his horizons through reading various books in Dr. Mo's room, and had become much more intelligent due to the cultivation techniques. He could easily judge from the various anomalies that had occurred with this bottle that it was definitely a rare and extraordinary object with unusual functions. What Hanley needed to do now was to thoroughly explore the value of this bottle and see if it was useful to him. He couldn't let it remain unused in the pouch and waste its mysterious properties. Han Li took out the small bottle and carefully examined it with the eyes of someone 4 years wiser. Unfortunately, after scrutinizing it several times, he didn't make any new discoveries. Not wanting to waste any more time, Han Li cautiously opened the bottle. The drop of green liquid inside was still there, unchanged from 4 years ago. Han Li was well aware that all the secrets of the bottle might lie in this tiny drop of green liquid. It must have some special effect that he hadn't discovered yet. To uncover the secret of this liquid, he needed to find some small animals and conduct some cruel live experiments. It was nighttime, and it wasn't convenient to go out and find live animals. Moreover, after the afternoon and the first half of the night's turmoil, Han Li felt very exhausted. Even if he found some animals, it would be pointless to conduct experiments in the dim light of the night without clearly observing the specific changes. After careful consideration, Hanley decided to get some rest and sleep for the night. Tomorrow, after resting his spirits, he could conduct experiments without delay. Perhaps there would be a big surprise waiting for him after tonight, and he looked forward to it before going to sleep. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, Han Li went to the large kitchen outside the valley and had a simple breakfast. When Dr. Mo was still on the mountain, the kitchen staff would bring his meals to him. Han Li had enjoyed the same privilege by being associated with Dr. Mo, however. Now that Dr. Mo was no longer at Seven Mysteries sect, the kitchen staff no longer delivered meals to him, which made Han Li feel sentimental about the kitchen's administration and sighed about the convenience of power. After finishing breakfast, Han Li didn't leave the kitchen immediately. Instead, he found the person in charge of the kitchen and, for a few silver coins, obtained 2 lively gray rabbits. He brought them back to the God Hand Valley. Back in the valley, Han Li tied the rabbits with ropes in a relatively spacious area in the medicinal garden and let them bask in the sun. When the rabbits became parched and desperate for water, Han Li fetched a large white porcelain bowl, carefully poured the green liquid from the bottle into it, and mixed in some ordinary water. The pea-sized drop of green liquid easily dissolved in the water, turning the entire bowl into a greenish hue. The verdant color gave off a deep chill that involuntarily sent shivers down one's spine. Han Li lifted the bowl of diluted water and approached the thirsty rabbits, placing the bowl down beside them. The rabbits, already dehydrated, eagerly crowded around the bowl, drinking the water greedily. Han Li didn't want them to drink too much at once, so when about half of the water was consumed, he moved the bowl away from them. Holding the porcelain bowl in one hand, Han Li patiently waited for the rabbits' reactions, observing if there were any interesting changes. After a short while, just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the rabbits began to fidget restlessly. Their movements became increasingly erratic and vigorous. Then, their bodies underwent astonishing changes. Bumps the size of eggs began to protrude under their fur, gradually covering their entire bodies. These bumps merged into one, making the rabbits' bodies look as if they had inexplicably expanded, which appeared quite ridiculous compared to their small heads. The rabbits' plump bodies only maintained their shape for a short while before slowly swelling up. As time passed, the swelling accelerated, as if their bodies were continuously filled with some kind of gas, expanding more and more rapidly. Eventually, their bodies ballooned into two large, round spheres, resembling two giant watermelons. Watching the rabbits in front of him continue to expand and swell, Han Li realized that something was wrong and suddenly remembered something. He threw the porcelain bowl, which had been regarded as poisonous, to the side of the medicinal field, then turned and ran until he stopped several dozen feet away from the rabbits. Just as he was about to look back, two simultaneous explosions sounded. Han Li shuddered, turned around to look, and indeed saw that the two rabbits had been split open, blown into several pieces, with blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. Two pits appeared where the rabbits were tied, and the surroundings were full of scattered rabbit remnants, blood, and flesh, making it a gruesome scene. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been affected by the explosion of the rabbits. Although he might not have been seriously injured, being covered in rabbit blood and flesh would have been uncomfortable. When he calmed down, Han Li stood up and walked to the vicinity of the pit. He looked at the bloody scene and then at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field. He was speechless. Han Li had thought he would discover some miraculous medicine from the green liquid, but he didn't expect it to be such a terrifying substance. Poison was poison, but to let the rabbits die so tragically. Han Li had encountered deadly poisons before during his years with Dr. Mo, and he had seen many deadly toxins, but none had caused such terrifying results as what he saw with the rabbits. Fortunately, Han Li had a strong psychological endurance. Despite the environment, he was still able to stay calm and think for a while before deciding to leave. It was almost noon, and he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Li. He decided to leave all the troubles here until later and returned to his residence. After resting for a while, he carried the medicine and headed to the entrance of the Valley of the Hands. Han Li was punctual, arriving at the valley entrance just at noon. However, Senior Li, who had been anxiously waiting, was already there. He was the only one at the exit of the valley, wearing a white silk robe, but still carrying the long knife that had left a deep impression on Han Li. When Han Li arrived, Senior Li showed a hint of relief, his lips curled into a smile. Han Junior brother, you're really punctual. It's exactly noon when you said it would be noon. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. Senior Lee said half jokingly and half complainingly. I'm sorry, I spent too much time preparing the medicine yesterday, and I slept in a bit this morning. After dealing with everything, it was already noon. Han Lee replied, half-truthfully. Han Junior brother, the medicine, is it ready? Senior Lee, anxious, asked with a hint of panic in his voice. Han Lee didn't answer Senior Lee's question directly. Instead, he smiled calmly and slowly took out a palm-sized medicine packet from his arms. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the medicine to Senior Lee. Before taking the marrow pill, first dissolve a spoonful of powder from the medicine packet in cold boiled water. It can alleviate the pain you suffer, Han Lee instructed. You don't have to thank me yet. Wait until the medicine really works before thanking me. Also, this is only a year's worth of medicine. I've run out of medicinal materials now. I'll help you make more when I have enough materials, Han Lee said frankly. It's okay. There's enough for a year's use. Whether this medicine works or not, Han Junior brother's intentions are appreciated. Senior Lee got what he wanted, and his expression returned to normal. He didn't act pretentiously and straightforwardly expressed his gratitude to Han Lee. Han Lee smiled faintly and said nothing more, taking the initiative to bid farewell and leave. With the secret medicine in his hand, Senior Lee also wanted to hurry back to test its effectiveness. He didn't try to stop Han Lee anymore, and the two bid farewell to each other and went their separate ways. After returning to the valley, Han Lee first cleaned up the medicinal garden, sweeping away the rabbit remains, bloodied soil, broken bowls, and everything else into the pit. Then he used mud to cover the two unexpected holes that had appeared, making it look like there was nothing different from before the experiment. Han Lee was satisfied, dusting off his hands and looking around to see if there was anything he had missed. When his gaze fell on the shattered porcelain bowl, he couldn't help but ponder. He remembered clearly that when he threw the bowl away, all the diluted water spilled onto a small piece of medicinal land, wetting several medicinal plants. This made him hesitate. He didn't know if these plants would become poisonous after absorbing the water. If people ate these poisoned plants, would they suffer the same fate as the rabbits? Should he clear these poisonous plants now? These questions popped up suddenly in Han Lee's mind. After thinking for a while, Han Lee decided to wait and observe. He would treat it as another experiment. If these plants really became poisonous within the next few days, he would remove them. There was no rush. With his mind made up, he looked around for something to do but ended up going back to the stone room to practice. He hoped that on the basis of his significant progress, he could make a breakthrough. Han Lee no longer paid attention to the specific purpose of this mantra. Practicing this mantra had become his instinctive reaction. If he didn't practice it, he didn't know what else to do on the mountain. Pursuing a higher level of practice of this mantra had become his only goal in life at the moment. After an afternoon of focused practice, Han Lee was disappointed to find that he was not a genius. Although he felt that he was only a finger's breadth away from the fourth level, and could almost break through. He still didn't make any progress after a whole afternoon of hard practice. It seemed that he couldn't do without external forces like medicinal drugs. Otherwise, he might forever be stuck at the third level without progressing further. Han Li began to hope that Dr. Mo would return sooner and could luckily find enough medicinal materials to help him break through the current dilemma. After another night, early in the morning, Han Li went towards the medicine garden, wanting to observe if those few medicinal plants had changed in any way. Before he even entered the medicine field, he suddenly smelled several strong medicinal fragrances. Han Li was slightly stunned, but then his heart stirred. Could it be? He couldn't help but quicken his pace, finally arriving in front of those few plants emitting strong fragrances. Were these the same medicinal herbs from yesterday? Han Li couldn't believe his eyes. He slapped his still somewhat sleepy face several times until it stung a bit, stopping his self-inflicted punishment. The yellow dragon grass leaves are slightly purple. The bitter lotus flower unexpectedly has 9 petals, and the forget-worry fruit peel has turned black. Ha ha, ha ha. Han Li couldn't hold back anymore. Even if he was usually calm, at this moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm really in luck this time. Overnight, these herbs with only 1 or 2 years of potency have all turned into the appearance of herbs that have matured for several years. Look at the color of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals. They are completely consistent with those of mature, rare medicinal herbs. Han Li carefully inspected the medicinal herbs again, confirming that they matched exactly what was described in the medicinal books, truly precious herbs that had matured for several years. If I can ripen herbs in this way, I'll have as many precious medicinal materials as I want. Moreover, I can sell the excess herbs to others. In this way, I'll make a lot of money. Han Li's excitement led him to think wildly. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the farther he thought. He felt like he had really hit the jackpot this time. Suddenly, he tumbled on the ground several times, behaving just like any other 14 or 15-year-old boy expressing his excitement. After a long while, Han Li finally sobered up, his mind returning to its usual alertness, and began to consider the difficulties he would face in enjoying this unexpected windfall. First, although these herbs seemed fine on the surface, their actual medicinal properties still needed to be tested. After all, they had absorbed that strange liquid to change like this. Who knows if there are any mutated components in them? Han Li had witnessed the tragic fate of those rabbits yesterday with his own eyes, so he had to be cautious. Second, the mysterious green liquid in the small bottle had been used up. He didn't know if there would be any further signs of its continued production. What if it was a one-time thing? He had to confirm again tonight. If these two aspects were not problematic, he still needed to grasp the details and steps of ripening these herbs to completely control this incredible method. After deep thought, Han Li identified several unresolved issues, realizing that without solving these problems, this windfall would be just a fleeting illusion. After considering everything, Han Li began to act. He first went to the kitchen outside the valley, bought 2 more gray rabbits, and brought them back. Han Li's actions made the kitchen steward both happy and puzzled. Why did this boy always buy live rabbits? Did he want to slaughter rabbits himself to practice his cooking skills? Han Li didn't care about what others thought. This time, instead of tying the rabbits in the medicine garden, he tied them at the door of his own room to easily observe their changes. Then he went to the medicine field and carefully picked the matured medicinal herbs, preparing several doses of excellent medicine. He mixed the prepared medicine with the rabbits' favorite food and fed it to them 3 times a day, testing whether these medicinal herbs were poisonous. After doing all this, Han Li anxiously waited for nightfall. As he felt time pass slowly, night finally arrived as he had hoped. As soon as it got dark, Han Li ran outside and placed the small bottle on the ground, concentrating intently on observing any changes. 15 minutes passed, but the bottle remained unchanged. 30 minutes passed, still no change in the bottle. 45 minutes. As time passed, Han Li's heart sank deeper and deeper. By the time it was almost dawn, the bottle still hadn't shown any signs of change. He felt thoroughly disappointed. Could it be that the bottle was truly a one-time consumable, or had he done something wrong? Forcing himself to focus, Han Li looked around. There's nothing suspicious, except that the sky is a bit dark, Han Li muttered to himself. Suddenly, he froze. He raised his head and looked up at the sky, which was completely black, without any stars or moon. The phrase, "the sky is a bit dark," suddenly woke Han Li up. Could it be because it's overcast and there are no stars or moon? Han Li remembered that the bottle's changes had always occurred on clear nights, when the sky was unobstructed and he could see the stars and moon. But today's weather was gloomy, with dark clouds covering the sky. Han Li's spirit was slightly uplifted by this thought, but seeing that the sky was already getting bright, he knew that nothing would happen tonight. He put away the bottle, intending to try again when the weather cleared. However, to Han Li's surprise, the weather didn't clear up in the following half-month. Instead, it continued to drizzle. This kind of weather persisted until now. Han Li looked at the soft, continuous drizzle outside and felt increasingly frustrated and anxious. The more he hoped for the weather to clear up, the more it rained without stopping. There was no sign of it stopping. He looked back at the 2 rabbits taking shelter from the rain inside the room. Their lively appearance made Han Li even more frustrated. Since eating the medicated food, not only had they shown no problems, but they had also become even more energetic than before. For the past 2 weeks, Han Li had carefully observed them every day, confirming that the rabbits showed no signs of poisoning. On the contrary, they became stronger because of the good medicine that was good for bone strengthening. This positive result not only didn't make Han Li happy, but it also made him feel uneasy. He couldn't calm down no matter what, and for him, whether the bottle could produce green liquid again had become the key to all these problems. However, the stubbornly persistent bad weather had prevented him from solving this mystery, leaving Han Li extremely frustrated. Just when Han Li thought the gloomy weather would continue for a while, the sun finally emerged, and the sky cleared. It had been almost half a month since Han Li discovered the secret of the green liquid, and he was getting impatient. On the clear night, he witnessed once again the phenomenon he had seen 4 years ago, numerous dots of light gathering around the bottle, forming a large cluster. Seeing this spectacle, Han Li felt relieved. It was evident that the small bottle was not a one-time consumable, but a reusable item. After another 7 days of waiting, a drop of green liquid appeared in the bottle again. Although Han Li was already quite confident, seeing the green liquid inside still made him extremely happy. This meant he would have a steady supply of rare medicinal herbs in the future, and he no longer had to worry about it. The value of medicinal herbs largely depends on their age. The longer a herb grows, the more potent its medicinal properties become. However, older herbs are harder to find and usually grow in remote and dangerous places. While some wealthy families cultivate rare herbs as a precaution, most people don't have the resources to grow herbs that take decades to mature. Occasionally, rare herbs appear in the market but are quickly bought by wealthy families, leading to a steep increase in prices. Han Li didn't have high hopes for Master Mo's expedition and no longer worried about it, knowing he could cultivate good herbs with the bottle. With a mixed feeling, Han Li conducted several experiments to ripen herbs. In one experiment, he diluted the green liquid and sprinkled it on various herbs, but the result was only ordinary herbs with 1 or 2 years of ripening effect, inferior to the first batch. From this, Han Li vaguely understood some rules. In the next experiment, he skipped the dilution step and directly dripped the green liquid onto a ginseng plant. Surprisingly, the next day, he obtained a 100-year-old ginseng, identical to a wild one. This success delighted him because it indicated he had mastered the use of the green liquid. He also experimented with storing the green liquid in various containers, but found that it disappeared within minutes if taken out of the small bottle. Even the diluted liquid showed the same characteristic. After several unsuccessful attempts to store the liquid, Han Li decided to conduct another test, enhancing the medicinal properties of herbs. He dripped the green liquid onto a green sanwu grass, turning it into a yellow one with a 100-year-old property. Several days later, he dripped the liquid again, and its age increased by another 100 years. This successful test showed that with patience, he could further increase the age of the sanwu grass. However, Han Li felt it unnecessary as he only needed herbs with hundreds of years of age. After completing these experiments, Han Li finally had time to rest and plan. He realized the danger of possessing the bottle, as others might kill him for it. Thus, he decided to keep it a secret and be cautious in using it. However, he couldn't neglect his need for medicinal herbs. Despite feeling melancholic about his stagnant cultivation, he understood the importance of not delaying it. His recent changes were closely tied to the unnamed cultivation method. Before Dr. Mo returned to the mountain, Han Li knew it was safe to use this bottle temporarily in the Valley of the Divine Hand because he was the only one there, and no one would casually intrude into the valley. This ensured that no accidents would occur during this period, allowing him to confidently use the small bottle. Han Li estimated the time for Dr. Mo to return to the mountain and believed that it was unlikely for him to find good medicinal materials nearby. He probably had to go to remote areas like deep mountain forests where few people ventured. Only in such remote places was there hope of finding rare medicinal materials. However, with the round trip and the time spent searching for medicinal materials, it would take at least nearly a year to return to the mountain. It had been nearly half a year since Dr. Mo descended the mountain. It was estimated that he would return to the Seven Profound sect in another 6 or 7 months. During these days before his return, Han Li could only try to produce as many useful herbs as possible, following the rare formulas he knew, without wasting the green liquid blindly. The medicines Han Li was about to produce, which would help increase his power and break through bottlenecks, were all premium divine medicines that Dr. Mo had wanted to formulate, but couldn't gather the necessary materials. Each of these medicines, if placed on the market, would bankrupt ordinary families and make martial artists fight desperately for them as rare treasures. Even with Dr. Mo's profound medical skills, he had never seen any of these medicines, let alone made them himself. Although Dr. Mo knew the formulation methods for these divine medicines, he could only sigh because he lacked the necessary materials. Han Li had been very interested in these rare formulas when he was learning medicine from Dr. Mo before. Although he never hoped to be able to formulate these extremely precious medicines himself, he still recorded quite a few of these formulas. Dr. Mo had a nonchalant attitude towards Han Li's enthusiasm for learning these formulas. Whenever Han Li asked, Dr. Mo would patiently explain without any intention of concealing anything. Dr. Mo probably thought that these formulas were tasteless and insignificant. Now these formulas had become Han Li's treasure. He diligently used various rare herbs according to the required years indicated in the formulas to cultivate herbs. He dared not relax at all because time was running out for him. He had to prepare these medicines before Dr. Mo returned and then store the bottle away securely, never using it casually on the mountain again. Han Li had no confidence in using the small bottle in front of Dr. Mo without revealing any clues. He knew very well that Dr. Mo was a shrewd and cautious person, and he never entertained the idea of revealing the secret of the bottle to him. Han Li felt that the relationship between him and Dr. Mo was very peculiar, far from being as simple as an ordinary master-disciple relationship. Dr. Mo often looked at him with a strange gaze, making Han Li always feel that he was hiding some disadvantageous secret from him. Especially in the past year or two, this feeling had become even stronger for Han Li. This prevented Han Li and Dr. Mo from being as intimate and open as ordinary master-disciple relationships. In daily life, Dr. Mo treated him very well, never hitting or scolding him. Moreover, he spared no effort to create the best conditions for his cultivation. However, there seemed to be a barrier between them, always creating an awkward atmosphere. Dr. Mo was obviously aware of this crack, but he showed no intention of repairing the relationship between master and disciple. He continued to act as he pleased and only urged Han Li to progress in his cultivation techniques. However, when he looked at Han Li, the strange look he used to have seemed to gradually diminish, and it hadn't appeared for a long time. But Han Li's keen intuition vaguely told him that Dr. Mo hadn't truly given up on some kind of scheme against him. Instead, he had cleverly concealed his intentions. In this case, Han Li became even more cautious, so how could he dare to let Dr. Mo know the secret of the bottle? Han Li had learned an ironclad lesson from many historical records. Never harbor malicious intentions, but never be without precautions against others. Whether Dr. Mo truly meant him harm, or it was just his own misconception, it wasn't a bad thing for Han Li to be more vigilant towards Dr. Mo if Dr. Mo really intended to harm him. Strengthening his defenses could prevent him from being hurt. If it was his own misjudgment based on intuition, then it wasn't wrong for him to be more alert. He wouldn't actively do anything to deceive or harm his master. He, Han Li, would still be a good disciple to Dr. Mo and fulfill his duty as a disciple. Thinking of this, Han Li felt somewhat uncomfortable. The peculiar master-disciple relationship between him and Dr. Mo was probably unique in the Seven Profound sect. He couldn't help but sigh. The bottle must not be used again after Dr. Mo's return. This was certain. After all, there were no walls without cracks. Even if he was lucky enough not to be discovered by Dr. Mo, others in the Seven Profound sect might stumble upon the secret. The safest option was to store it away as if nothing had happened. Han Li made all the necessary preparations and resolved to securely store the bottle away and never use it casually again. With this decision made, he relaxed and fell asleep on the bed. In the following months, Han Li secretly used the green liquid in the bottle to cultivate a large number of precious herbs. He used these herbs to prepare many rare medicines according to the formulas. However, there were also many failures in the process of preparation, each failure causing Han Li considerable distress. After all, the herbs used to make these medicines were all rare materials, and each failure represented a considerable loss of resources. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. Everyone was attempting these formulas for the first time, so a few failures were inevitable. Even if Dr. Mo personally attempted to make these medicines, he would also have 1 or 2 failures. Han Li could only console himself in this way. The yellow dragon pill, clear mind powder, golden marrow pill, and nourishing essence pill, these rare and precious medicines were all placed in more than a dozen small bottles, arranged neatly in front of Han Li. Han Li looked at these medicine bottles, his face filled with joy. With these miraculous medicines, not only could he achieve the 4th layer of the technique, but he could also reach the 5th or 6th layer without much effort. Among these medicines, the yellow dragon pill and golden marrow pill were most helpful for his cultivation, both having the miraculous effect of increasing power and transforming the body. The clear mind powder was a rare antidote in the world, capable of neutralizing thousands of poisons. Finally, the nourishing essence pill was a miraculous medicine effective for both internal and external injuries. No matter how serious the injuries were, as long as one consumed a pill, even if it couldn't bring back the dead, it could immediately heal the injuries, greatly reducing the severity and ensuring survival. Originally, Han Li had no intention of preparing the last two types of medicine unrelated to cultivation. However, after careful consideration, he felt that he was somewhat part of the martial world. Who knows if one day he might encounter a disaster or be involved in some conflicts. It's better to be prepared with some detoxifying and healing medicine just in case. After all, it would be unfair to perish due to poisoning or injury without good medicine. After thinking this through, Han Li still prepared a small amount of the last two types of medicine to carry with him, just in case. Despite affecting the quantity of the other two types of elixirs and slowing down the progress of his cultivation, it was inevitable. In life, one always has to make some trade-offs. On the day the pills were prepared, Han Li began taking them according to the instructions on the recipe. He took one yellow dragon pill and one golden marrow pill each. These two medicines truly lived up to their legendary reputation. With their astonishing medicinal power, he effortlessly broke through the bottleneck that very night and reached the fourth layer of the technique. Upon reaching the fourth layer, Han Li immediately experienced a completely different sensation from before. His five senses were elevated to an incredible level. Everything around him suddenly became so bright and clear. Things he couldn't see before became magnified and detailed. Even the tiny cobwebs in the corners of the room were clearly visible. His hearing also became extremely sensitive. Countless sounds, both familiar and unfamiliar, filled his ears. Even strange smells that suddenly appeared made him realize that his sense of smell had also changed significantly. Han Li was both shocked and delighted. This was the first time he felt that the time he spent practicing this technique was not wasted. The unique sensations he experienced indicated that this technique was not worthless, but had its own unique aspects. Although the previous layers of cultivation had also improved his senses to some extent, none had changed as dramatically as the fourth layer. It was a qualitative improvement, as if he had completely transformed. In addition, he felt that his body was much lighter than before, and he had made significant progress mentally. Now, he could probably go without sleep for 3 to 5 days without much problem. Han Li savored the completely different sensations in his body. He could understand everything happening within tens of yards without moving, giving him a feeling of being in control of everything, which fascinated him immensely. Now he understood that reaching the fourth layer of the technique was only the beginning of true progress. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of wonderful experiences he would have when he reached the fifth and sixth layers. Just as Han Li had just grasped the mysteries of the technique, his nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only did he return, but he also brought back a mysterious figure with him. As soon as Dr. Mo entered the Divine Hand Valley, Han Li heard the familiar coughing from afar. At that time, he was meditating in the stone room, striving to advance to the next level as soon as possible. Sensing Dr. Mo's presence, he quickly stopped his meditation and walked out of the stone room towards the valley entrance to greet his master, whom he hadn't seen for almost a year. As a result, he met Dr. Mo not far from the valley entrance. When he saw Dr. Mo, Han Li was shocked. The person was still the same, but what caught his eye was a face without any vitality, unlike before. Although he used to look sickly, it wasn't as extreme as it was now, as if he was on the verge of death. What surprised Han Li even more was the mysterious figure behind him. This person wore a black hood and a loose green robe that covered his entire body, not revealing any skin. He was exceptionally tall and burly, towering over Han Li by 2 heads. Although Han Li couldn't see his face clearly because of the hood, he could vaguely sense that it must be terrifying and hideous. Suppressing his questions, Han Li quickly stepped forward to greet Dr. Mo respectfully, then stood aside waiting for Dr. Mo to speak. He knew that Dr. Mo didn't care about whether his disciple showed respect or not, but as a disciple, he had to observe the proper etiquette to avoid giving the impression of being unruly, which would put him at a disadvantage. Based on Han Li's understanding of Dr. Mo and his usual concern for his cultivation progress, he expected that Dr. Mo would inquire about his progress as soon as they met to determine how far he had advanced. Sure enough, when Dr. Mo saw Han Li approaching from the valley, he was slightly taken aback. After coughing a few times, he asked in a weak tone, "How is your cultivation progressing? Have you made any slight improvements?" His face then showed a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Han Li had already prepared his answer in his mind. "It's still the same as before, not much change," he replied. He had no intention of telling Dr. Mo the truth about his cultivation progress, as he couldn't explain the miraculous leap from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer without external assistance. Dr. Mo's expression darkened, and his tone became harsher. "Stretch out your hand," he commanded. Noticing Dr. Mo's expression, Han Li felt a slight unease. However, he wasn't afraid of Dr. Mo examining his internal energy personally. Since reaching the 4th layer, he unexpectedly discovered that he could freely manipulate the peculiar true energy in his body. He could control the intensity of the true energy to deceive Dr. Mo without fear of his personal examination. Dr. Mo had an expressionless face, with his eyes lightly half opened, one hand firmly placed on Han Li's wrist. All of his attention was focused on the strength of the true energy within Han Li's body, and he remained silent for a while. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he deeply sighed, seemingly venting all his frustrations. His eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting a gleam from his murky eyes that made it difficult to meet his gaze. His face was gloomy, clearly dissatisfied with Han Li, but he refrained from reprimanding him. He coldly waved his hand, gesturing for Han Li to follow him. Han Li obediently followed. Although curious about the mysterious person beside them, he knew it wasn't the time to ask. After entering the house, Dr. Mo sat somewhat wearily in the grand chair, half lying down with his back against the backrest. The gleam in his eyes had faded, and he looked like an old man with a chronic illness. The mysterious person followed closely behind him, standing behind the chair without moving. Han Li sensed Dr. Mo's dissatisfaction, but didn't want to provoke him further. So he stood in the middle of the room, facing Dr. Mo with his head bowed, not moving, and waited for him to speak. After a long while of silence, Dr. Mo still didn't say anything. Han Li felt a bit strange and couldn't help but want to sneak a peek at Dr. Mo. If you want to look, just look. Why sneak around? Dr. Mo's cold voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Han Li's movement. Han Li obediently raised his head to look at Dr. Mo's face for a few moments before quickly looking away. Although Han Li's expression remained unchanged, his heart was in turmoil. Dr. Mo's face suddenly looked so strange, with a faint black aura shrouding his gray and withered complexion. The black aura seemed to have a life of its own, extending countless tiny tentacles that danced around his face. What shocked Han Li even more was that Dr. Mo, who usually had a rigid expression, now had a fierce and decisive look on his face, staring at Han Li with a malicious gaze, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Han Li felt something was off, a sense of unease creeping over him, and a hint of danger began to pervade the room. He cautiously took a half-step back, his hand reaching for a metal tube tucked into his sleeve. As he relaxed his tense nerves, he heard Dr. Mo's low, mocking voice in his ear. "A little cleverness, and you dare to show off." Dr. Mo moved, his posture changing from half lying down to standing, a sinister smile on his face as he appeared beside Han Li like a ghost, sneering at him. Han Li's face changed drastically, realizing the danger. He tried to raise his arm, but his body went numb, unable to move. Only then did he see Dr. Mo's finger move from the acupoint on his chest. It was too fast. Han Li hadn't even sensed Dr. Mo's movement. "Master Mo, what are you doing? If there's anything wrong with your disciple, please speak up. Why bother to immobilize your disciple?" Han Li couldn't maintain his previous composure anymore, and he forced a smile as he spoke to Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo remained silent, tapping his own back a few times with one hand and coughing lightly, looking like a frail old man. But Han Li had just witnessed his swift action in restraining him. How could he still treat him as an ordinary, sickly old man? This theatrical performance only made Han Li take Dr. Mo more seriously. "Master Mo, what is your identity, and why do you need to stoop to my level? If there is any punishment, I will bear it alone," Han Li said sincerely, trying to diffuse the tension. Han Li continued to say a few flattering words. But Dr. Mo completely ignored him, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve the metal tube, holding it in his hand, and then looking at Han Li with a mocking and contemptuous gaze. Seeing this, Han Li's heart sank to the bottom. His hope of persuading Dr. Mo with words was completely shattered. It seemed that Dr. Mo wouldn't give him any chance. Gradually, Han Li closed his mouth, his face becoming calm, and he looked at Dr. Mo with eyes devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, everything in the room seemed to freeze in that instant. The room fell silent, like the calm before a storm. Good, 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 Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed with 3 good words. You truly live up to my expectations. You can still remain calm and composed in the face of danger. It's not in vain that I've invested so much in you, he praised Han Li. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Han Li didn't respond to Dr. Mo's words, instead asking him. He, what to do with you? Dr. Mo repeated Han Li's question without confirming or denying anything. What to do with you? It depends on how you perform, he said. What do you mean? Han Li furrowed his brows, vaguely guessing some of Dr. Mo's intentions. I won't say. With your intelligence, you should be able to understand some of it, right? I can only guess a small part, but I still don't understand the whole story, the cause and effect, Han Li admitted candidly. Very well, that's the way to do it. If you have any doubts, just ask me directly. Don't keep everything bottled up, Dr. Mo smirked slyly, and the black aura on his face seemed to thicken, making his features even more menacing. I know you've been wary of me all along, not truly regarding me as your master. But that's okay. I haven't really regarded you as my disciple either, Dr. Mo chuckled lightly. How old do you think I am? His cheek muscles twitched a few times, asking a seemingly irrelevant question. From your appearance, probably over 60 years old. But since you're asking, your age must not correspond with your appearance. Are you much older or younger? Han Li felt somewhat surprised inside, but maintained a calm tone as he spoke. Tusk, truly remarkable for someone who's practiced the longevity technique. A little countryside brat has transformed into such a clever and intelligent person. Dr. Mo exclaimed with admiration, gazing at him eagerly. You guessed right. I'm only 37 years old this year. A number that left Han Li incredulous came from Dr. Mo's mouth. Impossible. Han Li, who had remained composed, was astonished for the first time. Impossible. Indeed, it's impossible. Anyone who sees me, not only would they think I'm 60, but if I were to claim to be 70, no one would doubt it. Dr. Mo's voice suddenly became higher and sharper, sounding unbearable and uncomfortable to Han Li's ears, as if it touched the deepest pain in his heart. Mo Jurin was once famous in the martial world of Lanzhou, Yue Nation. I made quite a name for myself, creating my own territory with my bare hands. He. Back then in Lanzhou, who didn't know the reputation of my ghost hand? Regardless of black or white, those who followed me thrived, and those who opposed me. Dr. Mo resumed his storytelling with a low voice, slowly narrating his story. As he spoke, his eyes emitted a sharpness akin to swords, as if he had returned to the days of his youth, when he was vigorous and wielded great power. Listening to Dr. Mo's words, Han Li was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected that his nominal master had such a background. Unfortunately, good times don't last. Just as I entered middle age and was about to further expand my influence, I was ambushed by villains. A trusted person used treacherous means on me. Although I managed to control the severity of the injuries with my exceptional medical skills, I couldn't fully recover. My martial arts prowess declined, and I couldn't establish myself in the northern region. To avoid being targeted by enemies, I had to abandon my original foundation and family, disappearing from sight and searching for a way to restore my former strength in other parts of UA Nation. Dr. Mo recounted his subsequent experiences, completely immersed in the narration. His hands clenched into fists, and his fingers dug deeply into his palms, causing blood to flow, but he seemed completely unaware, only showing a fierce and vicious look on his face. This ferocious expression sent shivers down Han Li's spine, indicating his deep-seated hatred towards those who had poisoned him. Hearing the continuous resentment in his words, Han Li couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me when I stumbled upon a mysterious place and accidentally obtained a peculiar book. This book was cryptic and profound, and I struggled to understand it. But from it, I found a shortcut to restoring my strength. Following its instructions, I attempted to regain my lost vitality. Dr. Mo paused for a moment, not continuing immediately, but his annoyed expression was evident, mixed with some regret. As a result, you ended up like this. Han Li coldly finished the words that Dr. Mo seemed hesitant to say. Exactly. I never expected that following the method in that book would restore my power but accelerate my aging. I've become what I am now, prematurely aged, neither fully human nor ghostly. Dr. Mo nodded with a tinge of sadness, not getting angry at Han Li's sarcasm. You should have found out the reason by now. I was invaded by evil energy due to improper methods. Now, I live one day equivalent to 10 days of energy expenditure for an ordinary person. Every moment, I'm exhausting my life force at an alarming rate. Fortunately, I'm proficient in the art of nurturing and have concocted a secret medicine according to the book's instructions, which has slowed down the aging process in recent years, supporting me until now. What does this have to do with the mantra I practice? Han Li cut to the core of the question bluntly. Not long after I became like this, I discovered a solution from the book, which is the longevity technique you cultivate. As long as someone reaches the 4th level of cultivation and helps me with the technique, using longevity chi to stimulate the secret acupoints, I can free myself from my current predicament and regain my lost vitality. Why me? Can't you just find anyone else to practice this mantra? Han Li pondered for a moment, finally asking the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Do you think the longevity technique is something anyone can learn? This technique not only requires a young person to start from scratch, but also demands that the practitioner possess spirit root physique. Although I don't know what spirit root is, I've already searched for hundreds of children before you, none of whom were able to cultivate the longevity technique. Dr. Mo's face showed irritation. Is that so? Han Li was a little surprised, not expecting the cultivation of this technique to be so stringent. In the remaining years, I thought it would be impossible to find someone to cultivate the technique, So I gave up and pretended to be a wandering martial artist, starting to wander around. Unexpectedly, I occasionally encountered the seventh prince of the seven profound sect, who had also been ambushed. In sympathy, I saved his life and at his invitation became an honored guest of the sect, preparing to spend my last days on the mountain. He, miracles do happen. Initially, I was afraid that all my medical skills and martial arts would be lost, so I invited you two into the valley, intending to take you both as disciples. But inexplicably, I let you try the longevity technique. Perhaps I still harbored some hope. Even if you couldn't cultivate this technique, I would have accepted you both and passed on what I had learned. But never did I expect that you would actually respond to this technique. Ha ha. Truly, there is no end to the road of heaven. Dr. Mo unraveled all these mysteries in one breath, his face filled with a flush of illness, looking very proud of his good fortune. I haven't even reached the fourth level of the longevity technique. Why are you restraining me now and revealing all of this? Hanley finally asked the question that currently concerned him the most. It's your fault. I've put so much effort and energy into you, but you can't satisfy me, always playing tricks on me. Now it's just this final step, but you're reluctant to progress further. Originally, I could have waited for you for another 2 years, but when I went down the mountain this time, I was recognized by an enemy. After a fierce battle, although I killed the opponent, I also exhausted my already limited energy, greatly shortening my lifespan. Even if I exert all my strength, I can only extend my life by another year. How can I wait any longer? Dr. Mo's triumphant expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by a fierce look. Finally, he roared at Han Li. After listening, Han Li remained calm, showing no signs of being moved on the surface. However, his heart was in turmoil, completely different from the composed and unperturbed appearance he displayed. Although he had long anticipated Dr. Mo's deep intentions towards him, he had never expected such a big revelation. The other party's background, experiences, and the mantra he cultivated all exceeded his imagination. Han Li's mind was in disarray, filled with fear, regret, and confusion. Despite delaying until now, he still couldn't think of a way to escape. He felt a bit panicked. After all, he was still very young and couldn't compare to the experienced doctor. His attempt to maintain a composed expression failed, as Dr. Mo noticed the subtle changes in his demeanor, exposing his inner turmoil. Do you think I'm intentionally slacking off and delaying progress in cultivation? Han Li was stunned by this unexpected blow. Of course, do you really think I wouldn't see through your little tricks? It only took 3 years to complete the first 3 levels. Even if the 4th level is difficult without the help of medicine, there should have been some progress within 2 years. Dr. Mo said coldly, his eyebrows furrowed with a menacing aura, seemingly displeased with Han Li's lack of progress. It seems no matter how I explain, Dr. Mo won't believe me. Han Li bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing that his concealed progress was the culprit behind the current situation. He had indeed dug his own grave by prematurely provoking Dr. Mo's outburst, uncovering all these mysteries. Whether it was right or wrong remained to be seen. No need to say anything more. I don't want to know whether your past actions were true or false. Just listen carefully. I only have one question for you now. Can you reach the 4th level of the longevity technique within another year? Dr. Mo sneered, uttering the most crucial sentence of the day, his eyes fixed firmly on Han Li, waiting for his response. Han Li was clear-headed, knowing that the answer to this question not only concerned Dr. Mo's life and death in another year, but also his own survival at the moment. You should be very clear in your heart that I cannot give you any other answer. Come, release my acupoints first. Han Li relaxed suddenly, his tone becoming lighter. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Mo's expression softened slightly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, but he did not move forward to release Han Li's acupoints. Instead, he cautiously took out a finely carved sandalwood box from his pocket. I don't trust you just by your words alone. What if you insist on playing tricks and refuse to cultivate seriously? What's the difference between now and before? For the sake of our lives, it's better to add an extra layer of insurance, he said ominously. Carefully opening the lid of the box, a white pill lay quietly in the center. Dr. Mo reached out and tapped Han Li's body to release his acupoints. Before Han Li could react, he handed the box to him. You're a clever person. There's no need for me to say more. You know what to do. Dr. Mo narrowed his eyes, his intentions unclear. Han Li, moving his slightly numb limbs, reached out and took the sandalwood box without saying a word, using 2 fingers to pick up the pill from the box and swallow it directly without even looking at it, right in front of Dr. Mo. Very good. A wise man knows when to yield. As long as you help me restore my condition, I will definitely repay you generously. I won't deceive you with empty promises. Although there is a gap between us now, it's still possible to ensure your future wealth and glory. Dr. Mo clapped his hands several times, sincerely promising Han Li. Now you should tell me the effect of the pill, so I don't inadvertently violate taboos and lose my life. Han Li remained expressionless, showing no signs of being moved. This pill is called the corpse worm pill. It's not really a medicine, but rather a kind of secret technique that cultivates the eggs of a certain worm. After you ingest it, it will lurk in your body for a year. You can rest assured within this year, you will be absolutely safe and it won't interfere with anything else you do. After a year, as long as you take the specially formulated antidote, it will automatically dissolve without any hidden dangers. But if, after a year, you haven't taken the antidote, the eggs will absorb enough nutrients, hatch, and devour all the internal organs of your body, leaving you in unbearable pain for 3 days and nights before slowly dying. Dr. Mo casually described the pill's lethality, secretly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the pill's viciousness, Han Li's body trembled slightly, his face becoming extremely unsightly, almost unable to control the anger in his heart. But Dr. Mo's killer move had only just been unleashed. By the way, I heard you have many relatives at home. I wonder if the silver you send back every month is enough. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me for help. I'm quite concerned about your relatives, Dr. Mo said solemnly, finally revealing his fangs, sinking them into Han Li's most vulnerable spot. Han Li's face had turned iron gray, unable to maintain the calm and serene state described in the books. With his last bit of willpower, he bit down on his lip, afraid that he would blurt out curses or desperate pleas. He knew that no matter how much he begged or threatened, Dr. Mo wouldn't let go of this major leverage. Just rest assured, within a year, I will definitely reach the 4th level of the longevity technique. Han Li gritted his teeth and uttered the words slowly and deliberately, no longer hiding his hatred for Dr. Mo. Under the naked threat, he could only temporarily submit. He couldn't reach the point of abandoning all family ties and disregarding the lives of his parents. Han Li turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Who is the person standing behind Dr. Mo? He hasn't spoken a word. I wonder who he is." Dr. Mo smiled slightly at Han Li's unexpected question, evading it cunningly. "You are so clever. Guess who he is. You'll surely figure it out." Han Li shook his head, walked out of Dr. Mo's house cleanly, whether he couldn't guess or simply didn't want to. As Han Li stepped out, his face darkened. In this conflict with Dr. Mo, I was completely defenseless, completely subdued by him. It shows that I am still too naive, thinking that I could outsmart him with a little cleverness. The 5 poison water I concocted with so much effort didn't even have a chance to work before being confiscated. I need to go back and think about how to strengthen my own strength. Thinking this, he strode back to his residence. Clearly, he was not content to be controlled by Dr. Mo like this. Inside his room, Dr. Mo stared dumbfounded at the wooden floor, where a bowl-sized hole had appeared, black and rotten. Just now, he carelessly tested something from the iron tube, and the venom sprayed from the tube easily corroded the ground. Seeing the bizarre toxicity of this venom, Dr. Mo couldn't suppress his horror and started cursing. That brat, when did he learn to make such poison? I never taught him anything like that. I thought it was just an ordinary, immortal, devouring drug. This brat is really ruthless, turning against his own benefactor. Unaware that he had startled Dr. Mo, Han Li, after returning to his room, collapsed on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had experienced such a major upheaval today that his mind and body were exhausted and needed rest to recover. After regaining his strength, Han Li slowly woke up from his slumber. He sat up, glanced at the sky, and saw that the eastern horizon was beginning to brighten. It seemed that he had slept until the next morning, quite a long time indeed. Instead of getting out of bed right away, Han Li propped up his chin with both hands, arms resting on his thighs, contemplating how to escape Dr. Mo's control. Obviously, he would be safe within this year. Dr. Mo would protect him for his own sake, but whether he would still be safe after a year was uncertain. Han Li didn't have to worry about the longevity technique. He had already reached the 4th level a few days ago, and the 5th level would surely be within his grasp in a year's time without much effort. As for the corpse worm pill, the solution was simple. When the time came, he would show his progress to Dr. Mo and demand the antidote before agreeing to any treatment. Dr. Mo surely wouldn't offend him over this matter. Suddenly, Han Li remembered something. He took out a medicine bottle from his body, poured out a green pill, and swallowed it. After a while, when the medicine took effect, he began to quietly introspect. Cough, Dr. Mo wasn't lying about this corpse worm pill. But the clear spirit powder, which can neutralize all poisons, had no effect on it. It seems I'll have to wait a year to get the antidote. Han Li muttered regretfully under his breath after putting the medicine bottle back into his clothes. He got up from the bed and went to a corner of the room. Walking around the only table in the room, he began to pace slowly. Walking with his hands behind his back, he continued to ponder various issues in his mind. Han Li didn't fully believe what Dr. Mo had said. He knew there were many falsehoods in it. Unfortunately, knowing this, he couldn't resist Dr. Mo's threat to his relatives. Han Li doubted whether Dr. Mo would truly keep his promise after a year. If it were as simple as Dr. Mo claimed, then it would be easy. He wouldn't need to resist at all. But he feared that Dr. Mo had hidden some harmful information, and if he didn't prepare, he might not have any chance to resist when the time came. After racking his brains several times, Han Li still couldn't come up with a good solution. Now he and Dr. Mo were both afraid. Dr. Mo was afraid that he wouldn't cultivate diligently and endanger his life, while he was afraid that after Dr. Mo removed his worries, he would be in danger. Initially, he could have used this to threaten Dr. Mo and make him hesitate, but now that Dr. Mo had grabbed his relatives as a lifeline, he could only compromise. Could it be that I have to entrust my life to him and hope that he will be merciful to me in the end? Han Li felt a bit discouraged. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow my fate to be controlled by others. Entrusting everything to others' control is the stupidest idea. Immediately, he overturned this foolish notion. After racking his brains, Han Li came up with a stupid solution. He planned to strengthen his own strength from various aspects and increase his own bargaining chips to deter Dr. Mo. Even if Dr. Mo really wanted to take action, he would still have a chance to protect himself. This was indeed a foolish idea, only passively defending and letting the other side take the initiative. But now, this seemed to be the only feasible method, the most comprehensive and secure one. After making up his mind, Han Li decided to go outside for a walk. He pushed open the door and walked out to the open space outside, lazily stretching his waist and yawning. Facing the somewhat chilly morning breeze, he looked at the half-risen sun and said with determination. Han Li grabbed the rope of the wooden bucket and threw it into the pool, then pulled it back. The bucket was filled with spring water. Han Li effortlessly lifted the bucket overhead, exerted force with his wrist, and poured the full bucket of clear water from head to toe. So refreshing. So comfortable. Han Li and another young man exclaimed in unison. It was no wonder. It was the scorching summer season, and both of them were shirtless. Being greeted by the ice-cold mountain spring water was a relief from the unbearable heat. Hee, Han Jr. brother, you really know how to find a good spot. This secluded little pool, you found it too. The young man, who appeared cold on the outside, suddenly spoke. It's nothing. I've found even more difficult places than this. Unfortunately, none of them have water as cool as here. The other young man didn't hesitate to accept all the compliments. This young man was Han Li, and the other was Lai Feiyu, who came to get medicine. Since Lai Feiyu first obtained the pain-relieving medicine from Han Li and tried it, he found it very effective. The pain of the corpse worm pill was greatly reduced. From then on, Lai Feiyu couldn't do without Han Li's medicine. The amount that could last a year was exhausted in just a few months. Being tortured to the extreme by inhumane pain, Lai Feiyu had to grit his teeth and take the initiative to come to Han Li for medicine. At this time, Han Li was thinking of strengthening his own strength. When he learned that the other party had entered the 7 Exquisites Hall for study, he directly proposed to exchange for the martial arts secrets of the 7 Exquisites Hall. Lai Feiyu, who had only a few years left to live, readily agreed to this request, promising to teach him some martial arts from the 7 Exquisites Hall. To prevent others from discovering their secret, Han Li found some very hidden places in the long and winding Kehua mountain range to complete their transactions. They would secretly meet every once in a while, with Han Li providing the medicine and Lai Feiyu teaching some martial arts from the 7 Exquisites Hall. Both of them were quite satisfied with this exchange, which had been going on for more than half a year. During this half year of contact, Lai Feiyu and Han Li found each other quite agreeable. Unknowingly, they had become close friends who could talk about anything. Lai Feiyu was very satisfied with the places Han Li found, especially this place with a small pool. Surrounded by cliffs and cliffs, there was a small basin in the middle, with the only passage leading here being a hidden mountain cave. The cave was very narrow, requiring one to crawl through, and the exit of the cave was surprisingly in a tree hole on a cliff-hugging old locust tree. Most importantly, in this hot weather, having such a cool little pool here was extremely enjoyable. After stretching their muscles and bones, pouring a few buckets of cold water here was truly refreshing. After pouring the cold water, Han Li looked at the sun and said, "The snake charm technique you taught me last time is too fierce. I feel it's not quite suitable for me. Do you have any more delicate and gentle techniques?" Han Jr. brother, do you really think the 7 Exquisites Hall belongs to me alone? Can you learn any martial arts you want? I can only choose a small part to learn. My martial arts tend to be aggressive, so of course I choose the most fierce ones. Lai Feiyu gave Han Li a disdainful glance and replied unkindly. Who is Brother Lai? He is the leader among all disciples. How can he be compared to ordinary disciples of the 7 Exquisites Hall? Han Li smiled awkwardly and quickly said a few flattering words, seeing that he seemed a bit angry. It's not easy to be flattered by our genius, Han. Lai Feiyu teased Han Li. What genius? Aren't I beaten by you every time in our sparring matches? Humph, that's because I use true chi and use clumsy moves. If I didn't use true chi, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been helpless within 100 moves. Who spars without using true chi? Brother Lai is too modest. Modest? I'm not modest at all. You've never learned martial arts before, never fought with anyone. The only thing you've learned is that useless heart technique. You've understood the moves so thoroughly in such a short time. If you're not a genius, what are you? By the way, that mantra has no power at all. I wonder why you keep learning it every day. Han Li chuckled inwardly, thinking, do you think I want to learn it? I'm in a difficult situation now. I have to learn it. Han Junior brother, not to nag, but based on your talent in learning martial arts over the past 6 months, it's imperative to throw away that broken mantra and learn some real skills from me. I'm sure that within 2 years, you'll be able to stand out and dominate the 7 profound sect with me. Isn't that great? Lai Feiyu once again earnestly advised him. Han Li felt somewhat moved. Although the other party had said this many times, making him a little tired of it, he could still feel the sincerity in the other party's heart. Han Li shook his head gently to refuse and changed the subject. In the 7 Exquisites Hall, are there any martial arts that can defeat the enemy without using true chi? Han Li didn't want to dwell on this old question anymore. Lai Feiyu didn't want to force him either, knowing that both of them probably had some difficult secrets that were hard to talk about. After thinking for a moment, Lai Feiyu raised his head and said, there is indeed a strange sword technique that can be used without true chi, but... But what? Han Li was delighted to hear that there was a martial art suitable for him and hurriedly asked. But this sword technique has been in the 7 Exquisites Hall for hundreds of years, and no one has ever succeeded in practicing it. It is said that even the elder who created this sword technique failed to practice it before he died. The name of this sword technique is also strange, called the blinking sword technique. Isn't this name strange? Lai Feiyu talked about this sword technique, marveling repeatedly. The blinking sword technique. Han Li repeated the name of the technique to himself. Yeah, what does sword technique have to do with blinking? Isn't the name funny? Have you practiced this sword technique? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice martial arts without even using true chi? Isn't that just showing off? Let alone me, no one has practiced it since it was created. I heard that if it weren't for the elder who created it, who saved the 7 profound sect several times before his death, and left a will to include this sword technique in the 7 Exquisites Hall, this blinking sword technique would never have been considered as part of the hall's martial arts. Lai Feiyu, contrary to his cold appearance, was quite talkative. Before Han Li could even ask, he spilled all the details about this sword technique. Of course, this talkative nature of his only revealed itself in front of Han Li. Outside, in front of other fellow disciples, he became the cool, idle senior brother Lai. After listening to Lai Feiyu's description, Han Li's intuition told him vaguely that this was what he had been searching for all along. Senior brother Lai, can you transcribe a copy of this sword technique for me, and take it out of the 7 Exquisites hall. No problem. For other martial arts, it's difficult for me to transcribe them for you because they are checked and inspected by someone every day. But this blinking sword technique is stored in a corner where no one pays attention. However, transcribing it would be too troublesome. Why don't I just sneak the original manual out for you? Once you've memorized or copied it, I'll quietly put it back. No one will notice. Lai Feiyu suggested a bolder plan nonchalantly. Seeing his confidence, Han Li agreed to his proposal. He was originally worried about Lai Feiyu's habit of being careless, afraid that he might miss a few parts while transcribing the technique, causing misunderstandings. Now, getting the original manual would be even better. All right, it's getting late. I should go back to practice. Otherwise, I'll be caught sneaking out by the 7 Exquisites hall's supervisor again. Lai Feiyu wiped himself dry, put on his clothes, and prepared to leave. Han Li didn't say anything more, just reminded him to be careful when taking the manual and not to get caught. Lai Feiyu turned around casually, waved his hand with the back of his hand, and slowly climbed out of the nearby cave. Watching his figure gradually disappear at the entrance of the cave, the smile on Han Li's face also gradually faded, revealing a hint of gloom. Not long after Lai Feiyu left, Han Li returned to the Valley of the Divine Hand. As soon as he entered the valley, Han Li saw the tall, mysterious man. He stood motionless outside Dr. Mo's house, leaning against the door, wearing a cloak, seemingly unaffected by the scorching sun of summer. Han Li stood by the door of his own house, stopped his steps, and looked at this man who never spoke. Since being threatened by Dr. Mo, Han Li had been very interested in this man who never showed his true face. It seemed that he was naturally mute. Since coming to the valley, he had never spoken a word. What was even more strange was that this man's physical strength was astonishing. Standing still like this, he could stay that way for a whole day without showing any signs of fatigue. In Han Li's mind, he had long crowned him with the title of monster. Han Li had tried to communicate with him before, but this man was like a piece of wood, completely unresponsive. No matter how eloquent Han Li was, he ignored him. Han Li was completely impressed by Dr. Mo's ability to turn a living body into a puppet without any weaknesses. Obedience, astonishing physical strength, never speaking, and lacking any emotions. Although Han Li didn't know how strong his martial arts were, he definitely wouldn't be weak. This was his final judgment on this man. Han Li knew that this man might become another trump card for Dr. Mo, but he had no way to find any flaws in him. The only thing that puzzled Han Li was that occasionally when he looked at the man's back, he would feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a similar figure there before. But when he tried to recall, he couldn't remember seeing a similar back of someone he knew. After watching for a while, Han Li sighed, closed the door, and returned to his room. He knew that without Dr. Mo's command, this man would not rest. Feeling somewhat disturbed, Han Li leaped onto his bed in one stride, lay down, put his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. He replayed the few moves he had learned from Lai Feiyu today in his mind and simulated them with his brain. He divided the details of each move into several segments and carefully pondered them. This was the ability Han Li gained when he reached the 5th level of the spring longevity technique, the ability to remember everything at a glance. With this advantage, he could memorize any martial arts technique in his mind, play it back countless times, and refine it in his mind. This was also the reason why Lai Feiyu thought he was a genius. 2 months ago, Han Li relied on the effects of 2 holy medicines to forcibly break through the 4th level of the spring longevity technique and reached the 5th level. The effects of the yellow dragon pill and the golden marrow pill were far beyond Han Li's expectations. He underestimated the tremendous power of those few recipes. These medicated pills were truly invaluable treasures. However, the 2 kinds of marrow-washing spirit medicines had also been used up by more than half. The remaining ones should barely be enough for him to cultivate the 6th level of the spring longevity technique. He was quite looking forward to what surprises the 6th level would bring him. There was only a little over half a year left before the final deadline set by Dr. Mo, although Han Li had learned some moves from Lai Feiyu. Because he didn't have compatible internal energy, they could only be considered superficial skills. It might be useful against someone with rudimentary martial arts skills, but if used against Dr. Mo, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. There would be no turning back. Han Li felt somewhat worried and annoyed. His spring longevity technique was good in every aspect, except that it couldn't be used in real combat. He could only hope for the blinking sword technique now, and hoped it would bring him a surprise. On a certain afternoon, several days later, Han Li secretly slipped out of the Valley of the Divine Hand again to meet up with Lai Feiyu. To be honest, it couldn't really be considered sneaking out. Dr. Mo was well aware of his frequent outings, but he didn't interfere at all, allowing Han Li complete freedom of movement. Initially, Han Li felt uneasy about this laissez-faire attitude and wondered what the other party's intentions were. However, after several safe trips in and out, he realized that no one was actually tracking him. Therefore, he let go of his worries and went about his business openly. After some contemplation, Han Li gradually understood why Dr. Mo was so lenient with him. Although Dr. Mo used the corpse insect pill and the lives of his family as leverage to control Han Li, he also knew that using such brute force methods to control someone would only breed resentment and make the person less willing to cultivate. If he further restricted Han Li's freedom of movement, it would only backfire. After all, Dr. Mo's intention was to make him actively cultivate the spring longevity technique, not to force him into it. Understanding the cause and effect of this matter, Han Li became even bolder. Whereas before he needed to avoid Dr. Mo's gaze and be cautious when entering and leaving the valley, now he was even more straightforward, walking past Dr. Mo without saying a word. Once outside the valley, he used the spring longevity technique to heighten his senses to an incredible level. encompassing all movable objects within dozens of yards. Han Li believed that even if Dr. Mo personally followed him, he wouldn't escape his sensory detection. Carefully avoiding the patrolling disciples, Han Li climbed into the vicinity of the small pool where he had met Lai Feiyu last time through a secret passage in an old locust tree. As soon as he entered, he saw Lai Feiyu sitting barefoot by the edge of the pool. He kept his head down, both feet soaking in the icy water of the pool, vigorously tapping the surface of the water, splashing colorful droplets around, clearly enjoying himself. Hearing Han Li's arrival, he didn't lift his head, but complained directly, "Han Jr. brother, you're getting later and later every time. I have to wait for you for half a day each time. Can't you come earlier once?" "Sorry, Han Li brushed off the dirt on his clothes with his hand, about to explain. "Continue." Lai Feiyu interrupted Han Li before he could finish speaking, and threw a huge package hidden behind him directly at Han Li. "What's this? Some delicious food?" Han Li was a bit puzzled, but then felt the package was hard and heavy, unlike something edible. "You only think about eating. Didn't you ask me to bring out the manual of the blinking sword technique?" Lai Feiyu glared at him, then said seriously, "Is this the manual? Are you sure? You didn't accidentally pack a grindstone from your yard, did you?" Han Li looked at the massive package with a skeptical expression. "It's so heavy." He exerted force with both arms, struggling to lift it, almost tipping himself over. "Ha ha." Lai Feiyu couldn't hold back anymore, grinned widely, laughed heartily, and finally laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground, covered in grass and dirt. Han Li looked at his friend's strange behavior with suspicion, then glanced at the extraordinarily large package. "What are you laughing at? Every time I see you use the entangling silk hands martial art so skillfully, I find it incredible. It's as if this martial art was tailor-made for you. From the time I taught you until now, it's only been 2 months." Lai Feiyu continued to clap his hands and praise him incessantly. "I bet you specially turned a book into such a huge package just for me to perform, didn't you?" Han Li said sarcastically. "Of course not. You'll understand once you open the package." Lai Feiyu put away his playful expression, his face becoming serious. Curious about his sudden change in demeanor, Han Li's curiosity piqued. He turned back and focused his gaze on the package in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he extended his index and middle fingers, lightly pinched a corner of the package, pulled it outwards, and revealed the contents wrapped inside. "This is..." Han Li's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "How's that? Surprised, aren't you?" Lai Feiyu leisurely walked over, patting Han Li's shoulder. Han Li turned his body numbly, staring straight at the other person, speechless for a while. "Why are you looking at me like that? I won't offer myself to you, you know." Lai Feiyu teased Han Li. After hearing his joke, Han Li seemed to finally come to his senses. "I want to make it clear with you. From now on, consider me a stranger, and you've never seen me before." Han Li shouted angrily. I don't know if I'm seeing things or if you've gone crazy. You actually brought over half of the 7 Exquisites Hall's collection of books. If the Hall's patrols find out, it'll be difficult for both of us to survive. Hanley pointed at the large pile of books in front of him and yelled at Lai Feiyu. All these book covers were uniformly marked with the eye-catching golden characters, 7 Exquisites Hall collection. Seeing Hanley lose his temper, Lai Feiyu remained indifferent, his face showing no concern at all. He tilted his head, inserted his pinky finger into his ear, and focused on digging in his ear, as if completely absorbed in his task and ignoring everything else. After Hanley vented his anger, he calmed down when he noticed Lai Feiyu's thick-skinned attitude, feeling that there must be some reason behind his reckless behavior. You're not a fool, nor are you arrogant. Doing something so reckless must have a reason behind it, Hanley asked after regaining his composure. Seeing that Hanley's anger disappeared so quickly, and he returned to his usual rational self, Lai Feiyu felt a little regretful, but still put on a pitiful look, complaining. Oh my God, I'm really innocent. Just now I wanted to explain to you, but you didn't give me a chance to speak. Lai Feiyu continued to protest, and now you're blaming me. It's unfair. This exaggerated display of innocence seemed so fake that it was easy to see through, giving people the feeling that he was begging for a beating. Hanley couldn't help but want to kick him into a dog-shit position. Stop acting up and explain it to me quickly, Hanley said, not hiding his disdain, mocking him slightly. He wasn't in the mood to play around with Lai Feiyu. If this matter wasn't handled properly, both of them would be in big trouble. Lai Feiyu seemed to understand what Hanley was thinking at the moment, so he didn't bother to argue against his sarcasm. Instead, he lazily walked to the package, bent down, casually picked up a manual, and stood up. After straightening up, a hint of mystery appeared on his face. He smiled ambiguously, handed the book to Hanley, and gestured with his eyes for him to flip through the pages. Hanley took the thin manual handed to him, looking at Lai Feiyu with confusion. He was a bit puzzled, wondering what trick Lai Feiyu was playing. Just open it and see for yourself. You'll understand everything. Lai Feiyu coaxed him in a tone that suggested he wanted to see a good show. Why can't you just say it directly instead of being so mysterious? Hanley, although reluctant, still opened the book. As soon as he opened the cover, he saw clearly written on the first page, Blinking Sword Manual. Hanley was slightly surprised. The first book Lai Feiyu handed him was exactly what he wanted. This surprised him. Don't be shocked. Take a look at these other books. Lai Feiyu continued to throw several manuals at Hanley. Hanley accepted them one by one, quickly skimmed through them, and was stunned. Each of these books had the words Blinking Sword Manual clearly written on the front page. After a while, Hanley finally tore his gaze away from the books in his hands. He raised his head, pointed at the large pile of manuals on the ground, and asked intermittently, You can't tell me that all of these are all Blinking sword manuals. Unfortunately, Han Jr. brother, you've guessed it right. Lai Feiyu shrugged, spread his hands, and put on a helpless look. However, the slight upward curve of his mouth and the tone of his words were completely inconsistent with his apparent helplessness. It's impossible. There are nearly 100 books here. How could they all be blinking sword manuals? Han Li questioned, ignoring Lai Feiyu's little trick, and incredulously asked. Who should I ask? I was shocked to see so many books with the same name in the corner of the library. Lai Feiyu mumbled, showing signs of lingering fear. Then, seeing Han Li's dumbfounded expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. For Lai Feiyu, seeing Han Li's shocked expression was a rare sight. Usually, Han Li always appeared calm and composed in front of him, as if the word surprise didn't exist in his dictionary. But now, Han Li's dumbfounded expression made Lai Feiyu feel that all the hard work he had put in over the past few days was worthwhile, completely worth it. After a while, Han Li finally regained his senses. Clutching the books tightly in his hands, he lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked up with a pensive expression, speaking calmly. Have you checked these books? How many are there in total? Of course, I've counted them, not just once but several times. There are a total of 74 books with the same name. Lai Feiyu immediately replied without hesitation, reporting the exact number. Without confirming the exact number of these books, if we accidentally miss one or two when we return them, it could cause big problems. He followed up with a slight explanation. With his fingers gently pinching the slightly yellowed pages, Han Li slowly flipped through the book in his hand, carefully reading one of the manuals. The crisp sound of flipping paper pages echoed, clear and pleasant. But Lai Feiyu found this sound quite annoying. Ignoring Han Li, who was immersed in reading, he ran back to the edge of the pool, pulled out the long knife stuck in the mud, and began to play with it on his own. Han Li glanced at him sideways, saw his energetic behavior, and stopped paying attention to him, focusing his mind back on the books. The ability to read 10 lines at a glance probably referred to Han Li's astonishing reading speed. A thick book was quickly skimmed through, and without even looking, he casually grabbed another book and continued flipping through it nonstop. With narrowed eyes, Han Li occasionally showed a pensive expression while reading, his gaze fixed firmly on the pages, unwilling to leave for a moment. His head moved back and forth with his eyes, showing the demeanor of a scholarly reader. Time passed quickly, and one by one, Han Li quickly browsed through the blinking sword manuals. When he finished reading the 11th manual, he suddenly stopped his astonishing reading speed, throwing the just-finished manual back into the package. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment. When his spirit had recovered a bit, he sat cross-legged in place and used his memory to replay the contents of the dozen or so books he had just finished reading in his mind. After a while, Han Li finally opened his eyes, but was startled by what he saw. Lai Feiyu's head had somehow appeared right in front of his eyes, so close that their noses almost touched. "What are you doing? Aren't you practicing swordsmanship?" Hanley asked in surprise. "It's already this late, Han Jr. brother. Why are you asking such silly questions?" Lai Feiyu shrank back, rolling his eyes. Only then did Han Li notice that the surroundings had become dim. He looked up at the sky, which had turned gray, indicating that it was already evening. "Oh, time really flew by. I didn't even notice that so much time had passed," Han Li remarked as he stood up and stretched his limbs. "So, did you find anything interesting in the books?" Lai Feiyu eagerly looked at him, hopping to hear the final results from him. "Well, it's not bad. It suits me well," Han Li replied. "What do you mean? Not bad? Give me something more concrete," Lai Feiyu said, somewhat dissatisfied. "In specific terms, these manuals are a mishmash of various techniques, pieced together without any coherent structure," Han Li explained slowly. "What does blinking sword technique mean? Does it really exist? Why such a strange name?" Lai Feiyu continued to inquire, still not satisfied. "The blinking sword technique does exist, but it's just a small part of these mixed-up manuals. It occupies only a small portion of these books," Han Li patiently explained. "As for why it's called that, there's a reason for it." "What's the reason? Can't you just tell me everything at once instead of saying it bit by bit, like talking to an old scholar in our town?" Lai Feiyu glared at Han Li, unable to stand his slow pace. Han Li had no choice but to speed up his storytelling slightly. According to the books, this technique uses various lights and visual illusions to gain an advantage over enemies, often causing them to lose their lives in the blink of an eye. So it's called the blinking sword technique. Such a strange technique exists. There are indeed many talented individuals in the world. Lai Feiyu became interested upon hearing this. But then, he lost interest completely when Han Li mentioned the next condition. "This technique has 3 conditions for practice. One cannot practice if their inner energy has made small achievements. One cannot practice without great perseverance, and one cannot practice without talent." Upon hearing the first condition, Lai Feiyu immediately gave up on the technique. His internal energy had already achieved considerable progress, and he couldn't afford to abandon his hard-earned skills to learn a technique of uncertain power. As Lai Feiyu lost all interest in these manuals, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He got up to bid farewell, and before leaving, instructed Han Li to transcribe these manuals as soon as possible. He would take the originals back next time they met. Although these manuals were not valued by others, if such a large quantity of them disappeared for a long time, it would attract attention. Not long after Lai Feiyu left, Han Li also departed from the area. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, appearing somewhat dim. Dense coniferous forests grew on both sides of the narrow mountain path. After a gust of mountain wind blew through the forest, making a rustling sound, the branches on both sides twisted and danced eerily. Walking on such a eerie mountain path, Han Li hurried towards the direction of Divine Hand Valley. Because he set off late, by the time he reached halfway, it was already completely dark. If it weren't for his longevity arts, which made his eyes more acute at night, Han Li would never have traveled in such a dim environment. After all, this path was not easy to walk on. There were many dangerous turns along the way, and one could easily have an accident if they weren't careful, losing their life. Walking in the pitch-black, dense forest, Han Li cautiously extended his senses. The mountain path, already blurry to ordinary people's eyes, was as clear as day for him. His vigilance wasn't against wild animals, but rather a reflex honed over time. Since 7 profound sect moved to the Kehua mountain range, the wildlife in the forest had gradually been cleared out. Even the fierce beasts and venomous snakes had become meals for many disciples. This cautiousness, maintaining heightened senses in unfamiliar environments, wasn't innate but cultivated after his escape from Dr. Mo's grasp. This habit would help him avoid many unforeseen accidents and minimize the danger in future actions. The mountain wind seemed to grow stronger, whistling ominously, making one's hair stand on end. Han Li felt he was nearing the edge of the forest. He breathed a sigh of relief, walking alone in this pitch-black forest, suppressing a lot of anxiety. He quickened his pace, taking larger steps than before, seemingly eager to exit the woods as soon as possible. Suddenly, a fierce mountain wind blew in his face. After the wind passed, Han Li abruptly stopped, sensing something unusual. He furrowed his brow and tilted his head, listening intently. After a moment, Han Li's expression grew serious. Faint footsteps could be heard, though the owner's steps were light and they were still some distance away. They were approaching him. With a light sway, Han Li agilely slipped into the dense forest beside the road, nimble and silent. Behind a large tree about a dozen yards from the path, his figure came to a halt, curling into a small ball, completely hidden from view from the front of the tree. After finding a good hiding spot, Han Li relaxed slightly. It wasn't that he was overly sensitive, but it was indeed strange for 2 people to come to such a remote place, especially during this dark and stormy night. Most likely, they were up to something shady. He didn't want to trigger a deadly response by stumbling upon someone's privacy and being hunted down to silence. However, if there was no danger to himself, Han Li was more than willing to eavesdrop on others' secrets. He wasn't rigidly moralistic and wouldn't turn away from such opportunities. The arrangement for leaving the mountain, the timing, people, the leader. Low voices intermittently came from a distance. Despite the strong winds, most of the words were scattered. However, some fragments managed to reach him. Han Li was astonished to hear such a significant secret. Within hundreds of miles, the only leader referred to as Golden Wolf was Jia Tianlong, the leader of the Wolf Gang. Encountering such a formidable enemy here was intriguing. According to hearsay, Jia Tianlong was a bloodthirsty demon in the eyes of 7 profound sect disciples. He was rumored to be large and terrifying, with a brutal and savage nature, feasting on human flesh and drinking blood like a demon. However, according to Li Feiyu's account, he was quite the opposite in appearance, being slender and handsome in his early 30s, which was contrary to the rumors. However, his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature matched the rumors. Otherwise, with his appearance, how could he control the other gang members who were originally bandits? Han Li recalled his memory of Jia Tianlong and couldn't help but shiver, curling up tighter behind the tree and slowing his breath. This time, stealing, list, must, take action. Another round of whispers, clearer than before. It seemed the two were closer to him now. Han Li dared not make a sound. He knew if he was discovered, death would be the only outcome. These two were definitely spies sent by the Wolf Gang, and they wouldn't allow a third person to live knowing their secret. A plan, soon, now. The voices grew, even lower, indicating they were reaching the crux of the matter. After a while, their voices grew louder again, but then faded away. Only the howling wind passed by his ears, as they had walked past Han Li and gradually disappeared. Han Li remained motionless behind the tree for a while, not daring to move, until he used his long spring technique to confirm that there was indeed no one else within dozens of yards. Only then did he slowly stand up. This time he had saved his life. Fortunately, he had detected the movements of the two spies in advance. Otherwise, he would have encountered them head-on. Considering their identities, his fate would have been sealed, and with his skills, there would have been no hope of escape. Han Li stayed in place, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Staring in the direction where the two had disappeared, he pondered. Based on the incomplete conversation, it seemed that the other party was planning something detrimental to Seven Profound Sect in the near future, and this action was closely related to a certain list. What surprised Han Li even more was that, although he hadn't seen the specific appearance or features of the two, he had recognized one of their voices. Although he had only interacted with him once or twice, with his extraordinary memory, he connected the voice of one of the speakers to the inconspicuous steward in the mountain kitchen. This man, who sold him rabbits and appeared to be fond of taking advantage, with his stubbled chin and a shrewd appearance, turned out to be a spy sent by the Wolf Gang. This truly put Han Li's nerves to the test. However, upon further thought, it wasn't so surprising. Only with such an identity could he travel between the mountains and deliver messages without attracting attention. The voice of the other spy was unfamiliar to Han Li, and he was certain he had never seen this person before. However, judging from the voice, the person seemed young, probably in their 20s. Unfortunately, Han Li didn't dare to sneak a glance for safety's sake, fearing that these two individuals might have highly refined skills and could sense his gaze, which would expose his presence nearby. After experiencing this incident, the journey afterward was very calm. Han Li finally returned to his residence long after dinner time had passed. As usual, Dr. Mo showed no interest in Han Li's mysterious return. Apart from occasionally sending some prepared medicines, He completely allowed Han Li to do as he pleased. If it weren't for the fact that the medicines sent by Dr. Mo were made from precious herbs collected last time he descended the mountain, Han Li might have thought that Dr. Mo had given up hope for him and was preparing some sinister plan. Currently, Han Li didn't value the so-called precious medicines sent by Dr. Mo at all. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he still reluctantly took them. He wasn't afraid that the medicines sent might be poisoned. If the other party harmed him now, it would only harm themselves as well. Regarding the Wolfgang spies encountered on the way back, Han Li had already thought of a good way to deal with them. Although he didn't have deep feelings for Seven Profound sect, he was still considered a half-disciple of the inner sect. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to ignore any harm done to Seven Profound sect that occurred right under his nose. Moreover, he had already found the best candidate to handle this matter for him, Senior Li Feiyu. From Han Li's observations, perhaps due to taking the bone marrow pill, Li Feiyu's desire for fame and fortune was much stronger than ordinary people. He harbored considerable ambitions, always dreaming of entering the higher echelons of Seven Profound sect and becoming more prominent. Han Li speculated that Li Feiyu probably wanted to make himself more crazy and dazzling in the remaining time. Now, Han Li was personally handing him such a great achievement, which would undoubtedly make him ecstatic. This could also be considered repaying him for helping him obtain the Blinking Sword Manual. Whenever he thought of the Blinking Sword Manual, Han Li couldn't help but feel excited. Regarding the Blinking Sword Manual, he hadn't lied to his friend. It was indeed unsuitable for his friend to practice, but Han Li hadn't disclosed many details about it. For him, keeping some small secrets in front of anyone was his survival rule, even if the person appeared to be intimate with him. However, the contents recorded in these manuals were truly different from ordinary martial arts. In Han Li's view, rather than calling it swordsmanship, it was more appropriate to call it sword techniques. It was a comprehensive assassination technique that incorporated various factors such as timing, location, and human factors. It was a rare pure killing technique where a single strike could be fatal. These books described various techniques for using his practiced mysterious sword skills to take advantage of visual errors caused by the terrain and various light angles, seizing the opponent's weaknesses in an instant and killing the opponent in a flash. It was a very skillful secret technique that couldn't be comprehended without a bit of talent. Therefore, the person practicing this technique must have extraordinary senses, far superior to ordinary people, in order to have any hope of success. Even if one met the above conditions, there was still one last difficult hurdle to overcome, completely dispelling any thoughts of continuing to struggle. That was the extremely strict condition that the practitioner of this sword technique could not possess refined inner energy. Otherwise, due to the contradiction between the use of inner energy and the technique's force techniques, the practice would be extremely difficult. Even if one successfully passed this test by chance, in actual combat, because the true energy in the body was too vigorous, the sword moves would unconsciously deform, leaving significant vulnerabilities for the opponent to exploit, thus inviting disaster. Such a condition essentially cut off the attempts of many disciples to practice this technique. One must know that in the martial world, there had always been the saying, if you practice boxing without cultivating inner energy, it will all come to naught in the end. For them, not practicing inner energy was a great taboo. For the sake of this obscure and inexplicable sword technique, giving up their own cultivation of true energy would become the laughingstock of the martial world. As a result, only a few people remained with the intention of continuing to practice. However, even for these people, no matter how talented they were, and if there were no problems with their true energy, there was still one final hurdle that completely dispelled their thoughts of persisting. That was the excessively complex moves and the extremely meticulous application conditions of this sword technique. Just looking at the thick stack of scrolls in the package would make an ordinary person feel overwhelmed. Basically, each manual represented a sword move, and each sword move would be divided into hundreds of sub-sword moves. Each sub-move would also pay attention to different techniques when displayed in different environments and under different timing conditions. With such a large number of sword techniques, let alone practicing, just reading them would give people a headache, not to mention having to remember them all and comprehend them on their own. The abnormal practice conditions mentioned above had hindered how many disciples attempted to learn this sword technique, causing them to secretly curse the elder who created this unique skill. Those who complained did not know that the elder who created this sword technique had originally possessed profound martial arts skills, which were accidentally crippled during a confrontation in his prime years. He lost the ability to cultivate inner chi. Out of fear of his declining status within the sect, this elder did not disclose the matter to others. Instead, he made a series of mysterious and profound moves, deceiving everyone in the sect, big and small. However, he lacked the ability to protect himself from that point on. This was an unchangeable fact. Since then, he had been living quietly, relying on his extraordinary wit to evade detection by others. During that period, it was the heyday of the Seven Mysteries sect dominating the Mirror Province. When the elder discovered that his strength could not be restored, he resorted to desperate measures. He secretly dispatched his subordinates to attack many obscure small sects, fearing his position within the sect would plummet. From these sects, he seized many forbidden martial arts secrets, hoping to find a supreme martial art that could be practiced without using inner energy. However, after years of searching, he found many incredible secret techniques, but none suitable for himself. He was greatly disappointed. This elder was also a highly talented and intelligent individual. In his despair, he conceived the idea of using the numerous secret techniques at his disposal to create a unique martial art tailored to himself. This idea excited him greatly. The opportunity to create a unique martial art was the lifelong dream of every martial artist. From then on, he became completely engrossed in this endeavor, dedicating himself to researching and experimenting with various ideas. In the end, to avoid worldly distractions, he even entered seclusion, paying no attention to the sect's internal conflicts. Creating a martial art was a very difficult task, especially considering the limitations he faced. The martial art he sought to create had to be practiced without requiring inner energy and had to incorporate numerous secret techniques, becoming a profound and supreme martial art. The arduous process of creating this unprecedented martial art far exceeded his imagination. However, he was a person of great perseverance. After nearly half a lifetime of painstaking effort and decades of research and experimentation, this blinking sword manual finally emerged. The elder was ecstatic. Just as he was about to joyfully inform others within the sect, he unexpectedly discovered that the Seven Mysteries sect had completely declined. The entire sect was besieged by numerous factions, large and small, and faced the imminent danger of annihilation. This elderly man, both shocked and enraged, seized the opportunity to demonstrate his newly mastered mysterious sword technique. He slew many powerful enemies in succession, intimidating the remaining experts and managing to lead the Seven Mysteries sect out of the encirclement, accomplishing a monumental feat for the sect's survival. Unfortunately, his time was running out. Just as he had escaped danger, his life was nearing its end. He left behind instructions to place the manual he had painstakingly created into the Seven Extremities Pavilion before passing away. What is even more regrettable is that in the years that followed, until the arrival of Han Li, none of the disciples attempted to cultivate this technique. Thus, this precious gem remained buried and forgotten, unseen by the light of day. Han Li was completely unaware of these past events. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be interested. For him, this sword technique might help him survive under Dr. Mo's hands, and that's all that mattered. As for its origins, who created it? Han Li had no interest whatsoever. He was a practical man and wouldn't bother with anything that didn't benefit him. In his room, Han Li lit an oil lamp and leaned over the wooden table, engrossed in flipping through one secret manual after another. He had no intention of copying the manuals. Instead, he planned to memorize them all with his extraordinary memory, ensuring their safety and eliminating the risk of exposure. After all, he remained highly vigilant towards Dr. Mo. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the other party wasn't monitoring him. If there were so many copied manuals in the room, wouldn't it expose everything, making Dr. Mo wary in advance? As the orange flame of the lamp burst out with a small spark, Han Li was reminded that a considerable amount of time had passed and he should rest. However, Han Li paid no attention. He was completely immersed in the world of secret manuals, each bizarre technique captivating his entire being. As the lamp flickered, casting shadows of varying sizes on the wall, Han Li remained seated, unmoving. This contrast of movement and stillness created an eerie yet harmonious atmosphere. Time passed by, and as each moment ticked away, the shadow behind Han Li gradually blurred, then faded into nothingness. Outside, the sky had already brightened. Unconsciously, Han Li had been engrossed in reading throughout the night. With a pop, the final large spark from the lamp burst, and the oil lamp went out completely, finally waking Han Li from his book-induced trance. He looked up at the lamp, then glanced at the bright light outside the window, feeling a bitter smile in his heart. He never expected that one day he would become so obsessed with studying techniques for killing people. He was indeed different from his past self. After pondering for a while, Han Li stood up, stretched his neck, moved his limbs, making all his joints emit a crackling sound. Then he turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. He fetched a basin of cold water from the nearby well, washed his face thoroughly, refreshing himself, and then used the long spring technique to circulate through his body, eliminating all traces of fatigue from the night. After spending the whole night reading and studying, Han Li already knew that to fully integrate and comprehend this set of martial arts, it would take at least 10 or 8 years of diligent practice. Even with his extraordinary talent in this area, it would still require 2 or 3 years to achieve some proficiency. But time waits for no one. Han Li didn't have much time to wait. In at most another 4 or 5 months, Master Mo would confront him completely, so he needed to have some self-defense capability before then. So he ultimately decided to only cultivate a few simple and quickly achievable secret techniques, putting the others aside for later. By doing this, he greatly shortened the time needed for cultivation, allowing himself to quickly master several secret techniques that were easy to learn. Han Li was well aware that even if he mastered all these secret techniques, it didn't necessarily mean he would be a match for the other party. If Master Mo hadn't lied last time, given his previous prominent identity, there were likely many formidable and ruthless means that hadn't been revealed in the previous conflict. Even so, the thought of Master Mo's mysterious skills still sent shivers down Han Li's spine, and he harbored extreme apprehension towards him. He knew that if he were to engage with Master Mo again, the only chance of winning lay in the other party underestimating him. Only when Master Mo was careless and negligent towards him could he seize the opportunity unexpectedly. In the days that followed, Han Li memorized all the techniques from the Winking Sword manual and selected several useful secret techniques for his current situation, starting to study them, trying to figure out an efficient way of cultivation. After racking his brains for several days, he compiled a complete set of cultivation methods from the book. He was quite proud of his efficiency in completing such a tedious task in such a short time. In the following half-month, Han Li dealt with all the trivial matters one by one, preparing himself thoroughly without leaving any worries behind. First, he returned the original copy of the manual to Li Feiyu without any change on a certain day, and also told him about the encounter with the spy from the Wolf Gang. Of course, He also revealed the incident of exposing the identity of the kitchen steward. After hearing this, Li Feiyu was indeed surprised and delighted, hugging his shoulders and repeatedly saying, "Good brother." He was deeply moved by Han Li's generous gift, not realizing that Han Li was busy with his own life and had no intention of catching spies. Han Li would not waste his energy on something that didn't directly benefit him, especially when he could gain favor with such little effort. After dealing with Li Feiyu's matters, Han Li personally visited several skilled blacksmiths in the sect. From them, he ordered several short swords with different styles, requesting some small modifications to be made secretly. In addition, some unnamed components with unknown purposes and a few delicate iron bells were also ordered to be completed as soon as possible. For this, Han Li spent a considerable amount of silver, which made him feel a little regretful. A few days later, Han Li received the items he had ordered from the blacksmiths. Seeing the shiny, short swords and delicate iron bells, he was very satisfied and praised the blacksmith's craftsmanship repeatedly, feeling that his money was well spent. On the night of that day, Han Li disappeared from his residence without a trace, leaving only a note on his bedside, which read, "Master Mo, there's no need to worry or get angry. I'm not running away to hide, but I feel that staying in the same valley with you is too oppressive and not conducive to cultivating spring techniques. Therefore, I've decided to find another secluded place on the mountain to close-door cultivate. You can rest assured that I will return to meet you exactly 4 months from today. Han Li pays respects." Leaning against the armchair, Master Mo held the note in his left hand, reading it carefully with a grim expression. On the table beside him lay another note, recording the order list that Han Li had handed to the blacksmith not long ago. At this moment, apart from the thud-thud sound of Master Mo lightly tapping the table with his right hand, there was no other sound in the room. Suddenly, he snorted, and the paper in his hand turned into shreds, scattering all over the floor. He rose restlessly, packing the room with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. After a few rounds, he halted, muttering to himself, "You little rascal, though I'm not sure what trick you're up to, you won't escape my grasp, no matter what antics you try. I've got you figured out." With that said, Master Mo abruptly turned, heading to the window. A long, low whistle escaped his lips, and immediately, a small, yellow-feathered bird of unknown name flew in from outside, circling the room before perching on his shoulder. Once settled, the bird affectionately nuzzled his face with its beak, emitting cheerful cuckoo sounds. "All right, I know you're hungry. Here, this is your favorite yellow chestnut pill." Upon seeing the bird, Master Mo's somber face revealed a hint of a smile, showing a doting gaze. He retrieved a yellow bird food pellet from his pocket and placed it into the bird's mouth. "Off you go, just like before. Stick with that person. As soon as he leaves this mountain range, immediately fly back and inform me," Master Mo instructed the bird as if speaking to a person. The bird, excitedly gobbling the food, fluttered around the room. After hearing his words, it circled once before flying out the window, disappearing into the sky. HMPH, even with the surveillance of the cloudwing bird, which claims to fly faster than a strong arrow, I doubt you can pull any tricks, he muttered to himself darkly. You're too arrogant. This kid is very clever, not to be underestimated. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You might just end up failing because of this kid. Suddenly, another young man's voice echoed in Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression changed. His face turned as cold as frost, and he coldly reprimanded, "You Zitong, mind your own business. I don't need you to lecture me. If I succeed, you'll naturally benefit. But it seems there may be some issues with the techniques you provided. Are you hoping for an accident to occur?" The suspicion in Dr. Mo's words was evident. The voice seemed afraid of Dr. Mo, quickly explaining after his threat, how could there be any issues? You've tested them on animals, haven't you? The one that died was just due to your lack of proficiency, but its death shouldn't affect your plan. Humph, it better be that way. Unfortunately, I can't practice anymore, or else I would have more confidence, Dr. Mo said, recalling the previous experiment with the techniques. His last trace of doubt vanished. After saying this, the voice seemed to learn its lesson and remained silent, leaving only Dr. Mo's nervous muttering, making the atmosphere in the room particularly eerie. Meanwhile, Han Li was in an inconspicuous mountain valley, even more remote and secluded than where he met Hai Feiyu. The terrain here was elongated, squeezed between two steep hills, forming a Chinese letter shape. The ends of the valley were tightly blocked by bushes, making it impassable. Apart from a secret rope hanging down from the shorter hilltop, there was no other way out. The area was covered with dense, thorny bushes, occupying most of the land, leaving only a small clearing for Han Li to stand in. Countless unknown vines intertwined at the top of the valley, forming a natural green canopy, ensuring no one would accidentally pass by and spot him. Han Li placed his belongings under a huge rock and returned to the center of the clearing. He closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation, then opened them with a determined expression and softly said, "Let's start with the most difficult soft bone technique." And so, Han Li began his solitary cultivation journey. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, a yellow bird perched on a branch, watching him day and night. Only when it saw he had no intention of fleeing did it refrain from flying back to report to its master. Time flew by, and half of the 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the valley appeared empty, with Han Li nowhere to be seen. Only the yellow bird remained, calmly grooming its feathers, seemingly oblivious to the disappearance of its surveillance target, as if it had tossed its task aside. Suddenly, a gray bird flew into the valley through the green vines above and landed on a wooden stake at the edge of the clearing, seemingly intending to rest before flying away later. The yellow bird, already perched there, glanced at the newcomer with disdain, then arrogantly looked away. The gray bird, standing on one leg, looked around and finally spotted its counterpart. It spread its wings, seemingly intending to fly over. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A withered yellow palm descended from the sky and grabbed the bewildered gray bird. The sudden change terrified it. It struggled desperately, but couldn't escape the grasp of the hand's owner. Only then did the bird notice that the wooden stake beneath its feet had turned into a yellow-shirted youth. This youth had dark skin and an ordinary appearance, except for his clear eyes. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. The youth smiled as he watched the bird struggle in his hand. When it was nearly exhausted, he released his grip and said gently, "Off you go. Don't be so foolish next time. Make sure you choose your landing spot wisely." The bird regained its freedom, and without looking back at its fellow, frantically flapped its wings and flew out of the valley. After watching the bird fly away, the youth stood there motionless for a while before murmuring to himself, "It seems my concealment, technique, and stealth art have made some progress. Next, I should practice the assassination technique in the secret chamber." With that, Han Li moved towards a newly built wooden hut nearby. As he passed the tree where the yellow bird perched, he couldn't help but glance up. Han Li had noticed this peculiar bird about half a month ago. It always stayed nearby, constantly observing him, seemingly quite intelligent. At first sight, Han Li was captivated by its intelligence and grew fond of the bird. He attempted to lure it away, but no matter what method he used, enticement, seduction, or setting traps, it was ineffective. The bird showed no intention of being lured and even looked at him with a mocking gaze, making Han Li feel somewhat helpless. Later, out of anger, he tried to force it away, but before he could approach, it immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. When Han Li left, it returned to its perch, forcing Han Li to stand there helplessly, staring. Thinking of this, Han Li turned his head with some disappointment and no longer paid attention to it. In fact, he had already vaguely realized that the origin of this bird was likely related to Dr. Mo, and was probably sent to spy on him. But Han Li didn't care. As long as it wasn't Dr. Mo himself monitoring him, what could a mere bird tell him? Besides, he really liked this clever little creature and couldn't bear to use ruthless means against it. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo was in a stone room, drawing a strange array with wild beast bone powder. He was discussing something with another person in his mind, completely unaware that Han Li had seen through his surveillance methods. During this period, something remarkable happened at 7 Profound Sect. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Senior Brother Li, astutely exposed 2 spies from the Wild Wolf gang who were trying to steal the list of disciples leaving the mountain for training. He, along with a dozen fellow disciples, captured them, earning considerable merit. A few days later, in front of numerous disciples, Sect Master Wang awarded Li Feiyu the position of protector, officially promoting him to the middle ranks of 7 Profound Sect. This caused quite a stir, and Li Feiyu's reputation became even more prominent. Meanwhile, Han Li remained oblivious to all this. He was in his secluded wooden hut, undergoing special training. Apart from occasionally going to the kitchen for food, he hadn't interacted with anyone for quite some time, and was unaware of his friend's current success. Time flew by, and finally, the last day before the appointed meeting arrived. In the thorny forest at the bottom of the valley, a figure shrouded in mystery flickered among sharp thorns. Those extremely dangerous thorns posed no hindrance to him. He moved like a ghost through the maze of thorns, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The whole process was silent, as if he were not made of flesh and blood, but of air. Finally, the figure stopped on a tree trunk and stood there gazing into the distance. It was Han Li, who had made some progress in his cultivation. At this moment, his clothes were torn and tattered, exposing his flesh underneath. His hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt, making it unrecognizable. What was most surprising was the small iron bells hanging from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Seeing these iron bells, and thinking about Han Li's ghostly movements in the forest, one could imagine how extraordinary his footwork had become. He stood still, looking towards the direction of Divine Hand Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is just right. I finally mastered the smoke step on the last day. With it, I have a bit more assurance of self-defense." Although his facial expression couldn't be seen clearly, the joy in his eyes was evident. After months of diligent practice and study, Han Li had mastered several powerful secret techniques. He was quite confident in these techniques and believed that even though he couldn't match Dr. Mo's unfathomable skills, he had some confidence in using them for self-defense. A gentle breeze blew, and Han Li felt a chill. He looked down at his torn clothes, imagining his current appearance, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Recalling his practice of the smoke step, he still had some lingering fears. Practicing footwork in the thorny forest was indeed a perilous endeavor. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity with the technique, he was inevitably scratched all over by the sharp thorns, leaving him bleeding profusely. Fortunately, he had the nourishing pill with him. Not only could it heal internal injuries, but it also worked wonders for external wounds. After taking one pill, not only did the bleeding stop immediately, but even the scars disappeared completely by the next day. Han Li was amazed by this miraculous effect. This medicine was far superior to ordinary wound-healing medicines. He couldn't understand why it was named nourishing pill. In his opinion, names like scar remover or bleeding stopper would be more appropriate. If the creator of the nourishing pill knew about Han Li's thoughts, he would probably be infuriated. His carefully concocted healing elixir was unexpectedly being compared to common gold wound medicine found in the martial world. How could he not be angry? However, it was precisely because of practicing in such a dangerous environment that Han Li was able to fully unleash his potential. In a short time, he had made considerable progress in the smoke step, which could now be immediately put into use. Moreover, Han Li had recently reached the 6th level of the long spring technique, the highest level instructed by Dr. Mo without the assistance of the dozen or so bottles of spirit medicine. He wouldn't have been able to achieve such progress in his lifetime, even if he exerted all his efforts. After several years of practice, Han Li had gained considerable experience with the long spring technique. He found it to be extremely peculiar, different from other martial arts in both training methods and effects. Firstly, Han Li believed that success in practicing this technique and the speed of progress depended mainly on the individual's aptitude and compatibility with the technique. Those with excellent aptitude could progress smoothly without any hindrance. Even without external assistance, they could reach high levels through diligent practice alone. On the other hand, those with poor aptitude would find it difficult to progress beyond a certain level without the help of spirit medicines. Han Li speculated that they would reach their limit in their lifetime, with no possibility of further advancement. Just like himself, he had progressed smoothly up to the 3rd level, but suddenly faced extreme difficulty at the 4th level, making no progress at all. However, with spirit medicines, the impossible became possible. They could break through the limitations of aptitude and advance to higher levels. This showed how much the technique relied on the potency of these medicines. Nevertheless, there were probably few people like him who consumed spirit medicines like snacks every day. Therefore, it was no surprise that he effortlessly reached the more challenging 5th and 6th levels, without experiencing the difficulties he faced at the 4th level. Having reached the 6th level of the long spring technique, Han Li felt more energetic and his mind sharper. However, he hadn't discovered any other practical uses for it yet. Strangely, since he began practicing this technique, each level had only enhanced his mental faculties, senses, and physical strength. The energy flow it generated, what Han Li referred to as pseudo-true qi, could circulate through his meridians like ordinary true qi. But apart from enhancing his senses, it didn't have any other practical effects, unlike true qi's formidable power. Furthermore, he believed that there must be unfinished verses beyond the 6th level, and perhaps the real benefits of the technique lay in the higher levels. Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly, sighing. With his current relationship with Dr. Mo, it was impossible for him to learn the techniques beyond the 6th level. Putting an end to his random thoughts, Han Li leaped gracefully and landed softly on the ground without making a sound. Then, he strode towards the small wooden hut. Tomorrow, he would meet Dr. Mo before that. He needed to make full use of his talents, plan the steps of their meeting in his mind, carefully consider every subtle detail that might occur, and devise the best possible responses to any potential dangers. The sun was high in the sky, casting a lingering heat even though it was early autumn. Inside his room, Dr. Mo was feeling restless. Although he was confident in his ability to manipulate Han Li, he couldn't shake off his sense of unease. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar, gradually drawing nearer to his house. Recognizing the familiar footsteps, Dr. Mo's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. A figure slowly approached, and it was none other than his long-awaited target, Han Li. Seeing Han Li gradually approaching, Dr. Mo suppressed his excitement and forced a smile on his face. "Excellent, you're punctual. Seeing that you didn't try to escape, I'm pleased. It shows your wisdom. Come in, let's have a good talk. Dr. Mo's expression at this moment was as kind as a neighbor's elder, and his face was radiant like a blooming flower. Don't worry, there's nothing fishy inside the house. It's not a dangerous place. Dr. Mo noticed Han Li's cautious glance towards the house and quickly reassured him, employing a little psychological tactic. HMPH. Since I'm already here, do you think I'm afraid to enter your house? Han Li snorted, seemingly genuinely provoked, and spoke. Then he took the lead and walked in. Dr. Mo hurriedly stepped aside with a smile, making way for Han Li to enter the house. As Han Li walked in, Dr. Mo attempted to close the door, but suddenly heard Han Li say without looking back, "If you dare to close the door, I'll consider it a trick, and I won't continue our conversation." Dr. Mo was taken aback and hesitated for a moment. But then he left the door open, saying nonchalantly, "I sincerely want to discuss things with you and won't harm you. Since you don't want the door closed, I won't close it." Then Dr. Mo returned to his seat, and Han Li pulled a chair over, sitting across from him. They hadn't seen each other for almost half a year, and they spent a moment sizing each other up. Han Li noticed that Dr. Mo had aged significantly since their last meeting. He now looked no different from a 70-year-old elder. Han Li couldn't help but wonder if Dr. Mo's previous intentions were genuine, whether he truly only wanted Han Li to restore his essence without any ulterior motives. Maybe he had overthought things. As Han Li surveyed his surroundings, his pupils suddenly contracted. The tall, mysterious man stood silently in the corner, as quiet as a dead person. If he hadn't been actively looking, Han Li wouldn't have sensed his presence. At this moment, Dr. Mo finished observing Han Li and seemed satisfied with his state. He spoke gently, "Seeing you now reminds me of when you first arrived. Back then, you were just a child of about 10, only this tall. Now you've grown so tall, time really flies." Dr. Mo's casual conversation puzzled Han Li, unsure of his intentions. Nevertheless, he immediately raised his guard, reminding himself that Dr. Mo was a cunning old fox. He had eaten more salt than Han Li had eaten rice. He mustn't fall into his trap inadvertently. "Master Mo, I've always appreciated your care for me and haven't forgotten it. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask." Han Li softened his expression and used a respectful title, reverting to his obedient disciple persona. "Good. With your words, I don't feel that my efforts on you have been in vain. Let me first check your progress in the long spring technique." Dr. Mo seemed to genuinely embrace the role of a benevolent teacher. He stood up and walked over, intending to take Han Li's pulse directly. "You old fox, still relying on your old age to act all high and mighty." Han Li cursed inwardly and quickly dodged Dr. Mo's grasp. "Master Mo, please don't be in a hurry. I can tell you clearly that I have indeed reached the 4th level of the long spring technique. But wouldn't it be better to give me the antidote to the corpse worm pill first? Let me alleviate my worries, and then you can inspect my progress at ease." Han Li smiled sincerely and spoke in a very sincere tone. Oh, that's right. Look at my memory. I was planning to give you the antidote as soon as you entered the house. Dr. Mo suddenly realized, as if just remembering. He fumbled in his sleeve and took out a silver bottle, from which he poured out a dark pill and tossed it to Han Li. Han Li pretended to be flustered and barely caught the pill, bringing it close to his nose to smell it. A pungent smell assaulted his nostrils. He looked up at Dr. Mo, who was smiling ambiguously. He hesitated for a moment, suspicious of the pill's authenticity. But he had no choice but to take it because the day the corpse worm pill would take effect was approaching. If he didn't take it, he would be in grave danger. He assumed Dr. Mo still had use for him and wouldn't give him fake medicine. With a solemn expression, he swallowed the pill and waited for its effects. Dr. Mo didn't seem anxious now. He slowly lay back in his chair, chatting casually with Han Li as if he had forgotten his original purpose for inviting him. Before long, Han Li felt a momentary pain in his stomach, but it quickly passed. He quickly checked his body and found that the effects of the corpse worm pill had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed, and a hint of relief appeared on his face. These changes didn't escape Dr. Mo's attention, as he had been facing Han Li the whole time. After Han Li finished examining the effects of the antidote, Dr. Mo smiled and said, "Han Li, if I hadn't given you the corpse worm pill, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to reach the 4th level so easily. Now may I check your pulse?" Dr. Mo still uttered these words sincerely, but Han Li couldn't help but feel awkward. Who knew if Dr. Mo would seize this opportunity to capture him?